And welcome to the 55th running of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race, which is the largest 10K race in the world. And you're taking a look at the starting line area where we're expecting more than 50,000 runners to be on course. 91% of them are from Georgia, all 50 states, and 32 countries are represented here today. It is going to be something. And hi, everybody. Good morning. Happy 4th of July. Glad you're with us all. And I've got my experts here, so I know we're in great hands. Carrie Tollefson, 2004 Olympian from Athens. Of course, that was a bit ago, but you still got that title, of course. And Amanda McGrory, who has been a 4-time Paralympic athlete. She owns 7 Paralympic medals. So you guys are experts. You've been here. You know the course, and we're going to have a great time talking about things today. We have so much to deal with in terms of all the elite athletes, of course, the wheelchair athletes, but just in general, before we get started, what are you guys excited about this morning?
Well, I love it that they call it the party of the summer. I mean, we're here with 50,000 athletes that are getting ready to run, and it is so much fun. But we do have our runner-up from last year on the women's side, and then on the men's side, a killer clash of the two world's best on the track and on the roads.
Awesome.
It is a beautiful 4th of July here in Atlanta, and I am excited because we have the returning top 3 from the men's and women's elite wheelchair divisions back again this year, including defending champions and course record holders.
That is going to be awesome. It'll be great stuff out on the field, both with the wheelers and, of course, the runners. Before we get started, of course, it is the 4th of July, and the American flag was raised early this morning, which really is the signal that we're getting much closer to everyone taking the course and getting down to business. So we're looking forward to all of the elite athletes, of course, and a schedule of events, which is going to be awesome. And as we look at the course, we've got a great group of talent that'll be working all over the place. We've got Sarah Spencer, who will be at the start. Our Greg Bluestein will be at the AJC Oasis. And then if you go on down the road to Cardiac Hill, there will be Mara Davis. Looking forward to talking to her. And then deeper into the course, before we make the turn, is Naja Parker. She'll be there. Our Jennifer Gray is at the Weather Center giving us all the updates there. And then you got the rest of us here at the finish line who will be talking you through this entire morning of activities, and it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. All right, so why don't we not waste any time, and let's get out to the start line, and we'll say good morning to Sarah Spencer. Hey, what's happening?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Lewis, and welcome to the starting line of the Peachtree Road Race. I will tell you guys, this is my first road race experience. I'm not going to tell you how many alarms I set this morning to be up and at 'em, but the energy is already so high, and I think it's only going to get higher. A couple things are going to happen behind me in a little while here. We're going to have the elite racers come down. They'll kind of get to go through a tunnel of the crowd. They'll get to high five. They'll get to interact. We're going to have the 4 fellers sing the national anthem, and then we'll have the Patriot Parachute team put on a really cool show from the sky. And of course, the wheelers are going to go first. I think we're going to kick this 4th of July off great. And guys, I can actually see my coworker Greg Bluestein at the Oasis tent right now. So Greg, how's it going down there?
Sarah, I'm here, just a few feet away from the start line here at the AJC Oasis. We're already seeing hundreds of people start to discover this new oasis that the AJC is offering. All people have to do is show their AJC app to get access to this exclusive area right near the start line. There's food, there's water, there's coffee, and of course there's going to be workout professionals who help warm us up for the big race. And I will be running the race myself not so long from now. I've run it every year since 2003. I'm so happy and so honored to be running it again this year, and I cannot wait to run it and run right by Mara Davis, who's not far from me, about halfway through the course. Mara?
Greg, it's great to hear from you. I'll be looking out for you. So I am pretty much in the middle. So when you're coming up Cardiac Hill, you're going to see that fabulous mural by Lizette Correa, commissioned by the AJC. It's colorful, it's bright, it is popping. It is going to get you up that hill. Now, when you get to me, that's Cardiac Hill. I'm at the Chick-fil-A at Collier. And this is when we're in the middle of the race. So you're going to be feeling it, but you're also feeling like, oh, man, I'm halfway there. You're living on a prayer. You got this. Now, I am looking for all the great Atlantans, the families, the people that are wearing costumes, people that have trained for this. Everybody has a story, and I want to hear yours. I'm so looking forward to seeing you. Naja, what's happening where you are?
Good morning, Mara. Thank you for tossing it over to me. I am so excited that it is race day. The weather looks amazing today. It feels good outside so far, and we are here to capture the biggest and the best moments of this year's race. Now, where I'm standing right now is the bend, so we will catch people right at the tail end of this race. As they make their way down Peachtree Street, they'll make their final turn at 10th Street, and they'll see that big blue giant sign that says finish line. Now, they'll be tired, they'll be sweaty, they'll be hot, but I'm pretty sure they'll be grateful to see the end of this race. And we are excited to talk to everybody who is partaking on this journey. Lewis, I'll toss it back to you.
All right, Naja, thanks very much, and great to hear from everybody. You hear the excitement, right?
Oh,
Everybody's ready, and it's going to be really cool to have them out on the course and kind of giving us all the different points of view from everybody there. So, guys, it's 6:07, 6:08, and it's hot. But we're not running, and you can really feel it. It makes you wonder about the weather throughout the rest of the day, and we've got a great answer. We're going to meteorologist Jennifer Gray at our Weather Center, the global headquarters, and she'll give us the update. Hey, what's going on with the weather?
Good morning, guys. We are here. It is race day, and the big question mark seems to always be the weather. Of course, we're always worried about thunderstorms, what the temperature is going to be. It is Atlanta in July, so it is going to be warm this afternoon, but I really think when you factor in everything, it is going to be a good weather day for the runners. Temperatures, of course, starting out pretty typical in the 70s, of course, around the Atlanta metro. We're looking at 75 up in Chamblee and then right around 77 in downtown Atlanta. Of course, by the time the runners get to the finish line, that temperature will have gone up quite a bit. But when you look at the temperature now, we're looking in the mid 70s, and then those dew points are also in the low 70s. Now, that's a little higher than we were, say, on Tuesday when the weather was fantastic. You notice the lower humidity levels, but the dew point is creeping up a little bit. So that's going to factor in a little bit with that heat index when you're talking about the temperature plus the humidity factored in. It's the feels like temperature outside. So especially by this afternoon when those temperatures start to warm up, it's going to feel a little bit warmer than that actual temperature is. But the heat index now 75 in Chamblee, 81 Fulton County Airport, 78 in Atlanta. So really not much of a heat index right now, but that will change as we get into this afternoon. So we'll take it hour by hour, and you can see as we get into mid-morning, temperatures will be around 84 degrees, heat index of 92, and then getting close to the triple digits by the time we get to 1 p.m. So some of those last runners, by the time the noon, 1 o'clock hour rolls around, will really be feeling the heat. But I think for the majority and much of the race, it's going to feel quite nice, especially considering where we are in Atlanta in July. It can be much, much hotter. So I hope everyone has a great time, guys. I'm going to throw it back to you, but I wish I was there with you. I think the runners are going to have a great time. Good weather day today.
All right, Jen, thank you so much. We wish you were here with us as well, but we'll be checking back in with you for updates throughout the day. Really important stuff. And now joining us is Dr. Jonathan Kim. He's our medical director. He's also the founding director of sports cardiology and associate professor of medicine at Emory University. You take care of all the professional teams here in Atlanta, so you know all about dealing with heat and what have you. And as we begin this day where we got heat and humidity and heat index, which are going to be kind of factors here, let's talk about the dangers of body heat and dealing with the heart. How should athletes kind of protect themselves before and during this event today?
Well, the most important thing is to respect the heat. Understand it's coming. Be a little bit slower. Hydrate. Those are the most important things. And recognize if you feel heat exhaustion coming on. If you start feeling nauseated, lightheaded, obviously breathing harder, slow down. I tell all my patients who run this race that this is not a PR race. This is an event. This is a premier event in the city, but if you want a PR for a 10K, I don't think I would advise running in the middle of early July to run the Peachtree Road Race. So that's really important to get the messaging out.
How do you tell all the athletes? I mean, there's so many that come back year after year, but how do you tell them as they get a little bit more serious about running this race to train leading up to it?
That's the other important part, which I failed to mention, but it is that acclimatization factor to train, to get used to the heat. But even then, heat exhaustion is challenging because I think a lot of athletes push their bodies, but heat stroke is actually life-threatening. and you don't want to progress from heat exhaustion to heat stroke. So training for sure, but even when you train, it's important to acknowledge that you just don't want to train at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You want to train in the early morning, perhaps in the evening, run in shade, and focus on hydration again. And then there's some days where maybe it's just not the best idea to go out and run whenever the heat index is 102 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on July 4th.
Yeah.
Many athletes with disabilities, myself included, have a hard time with temperature regulation. And a lot of us don't sweat as well as our non-disabled counterparts. So what are your recommendations for the wheelchair athletes who are out there today and maybe unable to cool themselves off the same way the runners can?
Similar advice still, which is, again, you still want to focus on at least 6 ounces of water every 20 to 30 minutes. That has to be kind of ingrained in the mind about focusing on hydration, even if you don't feel thirsty. And then, of course, just acknowledge if you're not feeling right, it's time to back down and slow down.
Awesome. Dr. Kim, that is great advice for everybody competing today and hopefully for everybody watching. Good things to remember as you're dealing with the heat throughout the summer if you're one who likes to get out on the roads and run or wheel for sure. All right, looking forward to you having a not busy day, hopefully, and everything goes smoothly.
Thank
And with that, we're going to go back out to the start line area with Sarah Spencer, who has a very special guest. Sarah, who do you have there?
Well, guys, I've got Atlanta Track Club CEO and Olympian Rich Knaw. Rich, thank you so much for joining me. What goes into just logistically planning for the largest 10K in the world?
Well, you referenced I was an Olympian. That was hard work, but this is harder work. It's a year's worth of planning. We're in our 55th running. I think we have it figured out. We haven't had our perfect race yet, but we're hoping for a great day today.
What does it mean to you personally to be the race director of the Peachtree?
So the Peachtree is not just the world's largest 10K, it's the world's best 10K, but it's how Atlanta celebrates the 4th of July. So it's a privilege, it's an honor to lead, but the reality is this event is put on by all of Atlanta, from the 3,000 volunteers to APD, AFR, Public Works, Watershed, all the way down the line. This truly is a community coming together to move forward on the 4th of July.
And as hard as I'm sure it is for you to pick, what's your favorite part of the race?
Well, it's great to watch the flag go up, which is already up behind me. But standing at the finish line as thousands of people come across the line, achieve their 4th of July morning goal, and then get their shirt, puts a smile on my face.
Rich, thank you so much for joining me. Lewis, guys, back to y'all.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. And guys, Rich Knaw, he is something else, right? I've been coming to Atlanta for many years. I'm sure you all have as well, working through all the many events that they have, not just this race, but many events throughout the year. Tremendous.
Well, I love that he puts on this world-class event because he's a world-class
That's right.
athlete himself. I mean, it's a big undertaking for him, so I love it. And he just loves this day, and it's a lot of pressure. So
yeah, I'm
more-
sure he's
more
operating
props
on
to
not
him.
much sleep, but he's getting it done
Exactly.
for sure. All righty, so we've got so many athletes to watch throughout the day, but we're going to start with our wheelchair athletes. And Amanda, let's take a look at our top females that'll be out on the course shortly.
Speaking of world-class athletes, this year it is all about the American women. Returning champion and course record holder Susanna Scaroni is going to be one to watch for sure, as well as last year's runner-up Kendall Gretsch, who is the defending Paralympic gold medalist in paratriathlon, likely to be joined on the podium by one of Susanna's teammates from the University of Illinois, Jenna Fessmeyer, Ian Wang, or Hannah Diedrich.
All right, looking forward to them. And of course, the men will be just as strong. Who are we watching today?
Three returning podium finishers from last year as well. Daniel Romanchuk is definitely going to be the one to watch. He is course record holder here, won last year, going for his 7th win total, which will be a record on this course. He'll be accompanied by Aaron Pike and Josh Cassidy, who finished 2nd and 3rd last year in a sprint finish, and maybe a surprise from Dutch triathlete Geert Schipper, who had a good win at the New York City Half Marathon, very unexpected, and just qualified to be a member of the Dutch paratriathlon team at the Paris Paralympic Games.
All right, well, that is going to be some great competition. And for those of you who may not be familiar with some of those names, we have covered them not only in the summer sports, but winter sports as well. Many of the athletes who compete on both levels. So they are fit, they know how to compete, and you're going to be amazed at what you see. And everyone will be on the same course today. Of course, that is 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles. And let's take a look at this. And guys, give me your thoughts on the course.
The first mile is pretty flat. Athletes will start off with a little bit of a false flat, a little bit of a climb for the first couple hundred meters. You hit the hills around mile 1, and that's going to be steep downhills all the way to mile 3. This is where the wheelchair athletes really pick up speed, hitting 35, 40 miles an hour.
Wow.
Mile 3, beginning of Cardiac Hill, and also location of the Shepherd Center, sponsor of the wheelchair division.
Right.
And then it is up and down, rolling. They say the first half is downhill, the second half is uphill until you make that left turn on 10th Street, and then it's a screaming downhill, and so many changes happen. It has been a really fun time for us to be here. We've been here, I don't know, 10 years.
Right.
And it seems like everything is anyone's game.
It can all
Those
change.
last
Right.
Yeah.
900
Right.
meters.
And as we remember last year, there was a mishap with an athlete actually
Yep.
ran off the course right here behind us
Yep.
before the finish. So we hope that doesn't happen today. But anyway, as you mentioned, we can predict and talk, but we never know exactly what's going to happen, which is what makes live sports what it is, right? It's going to be a lot of fun. Still dark here, and it won't be long before everyone will be out on the course and we'll get things going. And so I just can't say enough about the thousands of volunteers that Rich talked about, of course, being out here to help. The Atlanta Track Club, of course, leading the way to make sure this day is going to be fantastic and special, not just for the elite, but the other 49,000 in chains that'll be out on the course today on this 4th of July. It is really going to be tremendous. All righty, so some of the wheelers there are getting lined up, and Amanda, I'm sure you recognize some of the folks. What are your thoughts when you're getting ready to take the course?
When you're sitting on the start line, it's all about staying calm. It takes a while to get lined up and get in position at the start, so all of these athletes warmed up for the past 20, 30 minutes, and now it is just sitting and waiting, trying to stay loose, trying to stay warm, which isn't going to be too difficult today. I think it's already 75 degrees. But then also being ready to go. This race takes off fast, and it's not a long race.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Shepherd Center, which is one of the sponsors. How do they help wheelchair athletes get here, navigate moving from the airport to the hotel and, of course, to the starting line area, and then afterwards? How do they help out?
The Shepherd Center is absolutely fantastic with this race. They handle getting everyone from the airport with accessible transportation to the hotels downtown, as well as afterwards, at the finish of the race, they have serve a brunch over at the Shepherd Center Hospital, where athletes come, get their awards, get to talk a little bit, and also get to meet some individuals at the hospital who are newly injured.
More videos were posted on Facebook, and you voted for your favorite. The votes have been counted, and our winner.
All right, Amanda, thanks so much. We're getting closer to the start of competition, and it's time to hear this year's rendition of God Bless America.
Fellers, that's right. For Cody Swanson, David Murphy, Mike Brunson, and Joshua Pollard. Now, before the wheelchair race this morning, the four fellers will sing God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. America, my Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the four fellers right there. Come on. Thank you for that wonderful performance.
We see the wheelchair athletes lining up, ready to take the course. I see Aaron Pike in the middle there and others. And you are looking at a gorgeous shot of Peachtree from high atop the bell tower at the Cathedral of St. Philip. And we're getting closer to the start. Back in a moment.
At Ameris Bank, we're with you.
We're with you means we have a partnership.
We're here for the long haul.
Somebody who's going to be with you through the thick and the thin.
It sounds simple, but it's a little hard to find these days.
When you're starting your first checking account, when you're starting your own business or buying a home.
Personally, commercially, corporately, whatever needs you have, we take great care of our customers.
We're with you.
We're with you.
We're with you.
See how we can help you at amerisbank.com/with you.
In the Sweetwater world, we like to say, where there's water, there's Sweetwater. It's in our name, it's in our brews, and it's in our veins. Saving more lakes, more rivers, more oceans, because our brewers know you can't have great beer without clean water. So whether it's salt water, fresh water, backwater, or high water, jump on in. The water's fine. Because where there's water, there will always be Sweetwater.
Back in Atlanta, just a few moments away from the beginning of the 55th AJC Peachtree Road Race. You can see there a great shot of the wheelers who are getting ready to take the course in just a few moments, men and women. And while we have a moment, Amanda, let's take a look at some of our top athletes, and we'll start with the ladies.
Starting with the ladies. So ones to watch here. Hannah Diedrich, this will be couple of Peachtrees for her. She was 6th place last year. She recently just won the first NCAA wheelchair title in the 100-meter and has been trying to stretch up to some longer distances. Kendall Gretsch was 2nd here last year. She is a 3-time Paralympian winner in summer and a 6-time Paralympic medalist. Ian Huang trains at the University of Illinois along with Jenna Fessmeyer, Susanna Scaroni. Hannah Diedrich was 3rd here last year in a sprint finish with Jenna Fessmeyer, who finished 4th, her teammate, at the University of Illinois. And our one to watch, Susanna Scaroni, the course record holder, 3-time champion here, 2-time consecutive champion, just recently set the world record in the 5,000 meter on the track in Switzerland a few weeks ago. And the men are just getting ready to take off.
All right, and here are the men, Amanda.
For the men, Wyatt Willen, representing the University of Arizona. No big wins yet, but he's an up-and-comer, has been racing really, really well this season. Canadian Josh Cassidy is a 2-time winner at the Peachtree Road Race in 2010 and 2013. 3rd place last year in a sprint finish with Aaron Pike, who took 2nd. The surprise athlete may be Yurt Schipper. This is his debut on the course. He hasn't raced much in the U.S., but he had a big surprise win at the New York City Half Marathon this year when Daniel Romanchuk pulled out with a flat tire. Daniel Romanchuk's going to be the one to watch. He's a 6-time Peachtree champion going for 7 wins, which will be a record by a single person across any division at this event.
Romanchuk, right. You said single, right? Well, the scuttlebutt is he's not going to be single for long. Is that correct?
So I hear. Daniel Romanchuk just recently got engaged and doesn't want to wait until after the Paralympic Games to get married. So his wedding is in less than a month.
Wow, good for Daniel. He is some athlete and a great young man. His mom is always traveling with him around the world, wherever he is competing at the Winter or Summer Paralympics. And of course, right here with him in Peachtree. And there is Daniel getting ready to take the course along with the rest of the competitors. Just getting those final thoughts together for this quick race down what is going to be a challenging course. Speeds up to 30 to 40 miles an hour. That is unbelievable.
30 to 40 miles an hour down those hills between miles 1 and 3. And a lot of changes can happen from the start till the end of this race. We've got a bunch of athletes in this field that are great coasters, which is a skill just like anything else. You have to learn how to coast down hills as a wheelchair athlete.
Right.
And a lot of great climbers. Daniel Romanchuk definitely likes the climb, so he's likely to not be in the top 3 off the start line. Aaron Pike, on the other hand, loves the downhills, as does Canadian Josh Cassidy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron and Josh with early leads, and then Daniel chasing to make up some ground up those hills.
Once again, there is Daniel Romanchuk, and just to his left is Aaron Pike. Those two will definitely be going at it.
As you said, Daniel Romanchuk is getting ready, and a lot of these athletes are getting ready for the Paralympic Games. What does this race do for them as we see them off the line?
Oh, here, and they're off. This is going to be a great warm-up for the Paralympic Games for a lot of these athletes. Both Daniel Romanchuk and Aaron Pike have already qualified for Team USA as members of the marathon team, but wheelchair athletes tend to do more than one event, so they're also competing in just 2 weeks at Paratrack and Field Trials in Miramar, Florida. And that's Daniel Romanchuk in the lead, followed by Aaron Pike with Josh Cassidy behind him in third.
Well, in the early goings here, and you can see Daniel Romanchuk with all the power on the left of your screen in the blue helmet, making his way up that first grade as everybody is right behind him. And we'll check the Sweetwater race clock now. A big thanks to our friends at Sweetwater Brewing for helping us keep track of the official race time here.
Just a few seconds ago, saw Daniel Romanchuk look over his shoulder, trying to see who is behind him. He knows that the downhill is not his strength, and I think he's hoping that someone is going to come up around him, break the wind for him a little bit, so that he can tuck into a draft and stay in down the hill. But everyone in that field knows that he's the one to watch, so I think they're playing it a little cautious off the start. Looks like the women are getting ready to go now as well.
And so the men are off and rolling on the right, and on the left, as you mentioned, Amanda, we're waiting for the women to start. Of course, Susanna Scaroni, the favorite athlete, 32 years of age, and they are off on the Peachtree 10K. So both divisions, men and women, in the wheelchair are off and rolling here in Atlanta.
Susanna Scaroni taking off hard from the start. She is one of those rare athletes who can climb and she can coast. Usually an athlete favors one over the other, but she is fantastic at both. So she's taking off hard and already starting to gap the field. She wants to be ahead and be on her own for that climb.
Susanna's had an amazing spring already, though, and it's kind of some wild stuff happening in the wheelchair racing.
Susanna has had an incredible spring, especially considering she took the spring marathons off to have some treatment done on her shoulder. She's been having a nagging overuse injury since the Tokyo Marathon early in the spring. So she ended up pulling out of Boston and London, went to the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs for a little bit of treatment, and then went ahead and won the Boulder 10K. And then after that, set a track world record.
Wow.
In the 5K. So I would say she's coming back from injury without much of an issue here.
Everyone's glad to see her back.
Yeah, and so now both men and women's divisions on and racing. We can see the gamesmanship on the right side there with the men jockeying back and forth. You can see them now spreading out. They were in a single file line, but now spreading out as they begin to make the climb. And Scaroni on the left. So we'll continue to watch this. And by the way, new this year is the AJC Oasis, which is, they're calling it a VIP experience for participants and spectators. And our Greg Bluestein is there, and he's got a special guest. Greg, good morning.
Good morning. I'm here with AJC President and Publisher Andrew Morris at the AJC Oasis, where hundreds of people are discovering the Oasis as we speak. All you've got to do is show your AJC app. You can get exclusive access to this unbelievable area right near the start line. And Andrew, the atmosphere here is electric.
It really is. It's an incredible way to start the morning. The Oasis is great. People are pouring in. And if you run races, which you do and which I do, it's always tough at the start. Like, where do you go? If you need water, you need to find a restroom. So it's like, it is literally the Oasis, and the energy here is great.
Well, let's talk about the energy and atmosphere around here, because Andrew, you're an ultra marathoner. You run all sorts of long races, but last year was your first Peachtree Road Race. What was it like?
Well, the Peachtree was totally different from any other race I've run. I mean, you come out and it's not just a race, it's a 10K block party. It is a time for the whole city to come together. And so the red, white, and blue, the atmosphere, I've never seen a race that just sort of captivates a city like this. And I think the Atlanta Track Club is a huge reason why. They just bring everybody together every year for this special event.
It means so much to our city. It's one of the few events where the entire community rallies around it. You've called it a 10K block party.
It is. It's a 10K block party. It's what makes it so exciting. I mean, I'm wearing my Rocky IV shorts. You walk around and everybody's dressed up. Everybody's cheering. Everybody's cheering everybody else on, which, by the way, it's so Atlanta. The fact that, like, this city is a city where everybody roots for everybody, it's on full display at the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Well, Lewis, people here cannot wait to start the race in a few minutes. We can't wait. We're so excited. Back to you, Lewis.
After the race is
I
over, huh? What do you think?
I got to talk to Andrew yesterday, or 2 days ago at the expo, and he is so excited. He ran last year, going to get to run this year, and it's fun that he's behind the scenes and, getting to race, and then he's going to be working in afterwards. But what a fun day for him.
Excellent. Well, we'll continue to get some updates from around the course and see what else is happening in terms of all the excitement. We still do have racers on the course. Of course, the men and women are both out there wheeling. As of right now, Miguel Jimenez Vergara is leading on the men's side, and we will check in to see where the women are as well as they continue to roll up the hill there. We see a lot. Can you tell who that is, Amanda?
That is Josh Cassidy in first with Aaron Pike in second. Daniel Romachek is coming up the backside of the screen, so on Josh Cassidy's right. And Miguel Jimenez Vergara just fell out of view. Miguel is an up-and-comer. He's training at the Olympic Training Center in Chula Vista. He just ran a 1:22 at the Grandma's Marathon, which was a huge PR for him. And I believe 4 gold medals at the Pan American Games in Santiago in 2023. So moved to the training center, training out there, and really seeing some big gains.
But don't you think it's kind of fun, like, no matter what you're racing, when you see a new and upcomer getting in the lead of these awesome, veterans that we're so used to seeing up there, like, one day it's going to just stick. So he's got to keep putting his nose in it.
It's intimidating to be up there, and there's a big part of it is just kind of taking the risk and putting yourself in a position. He's got nothing to lose.
Alrighty, we see the 1 mile split. What does that time tell you?
1 mile split, 3:29 for the men, 3:40 for the women. That's moving at a pretty good clip, especially because that first mile is pretty flat. We're into the downhills now, and this is Aaron Pike's bread and butter. He is off on his own. We can't even see anyone behind him in the screen right now. And so Aaron's goal here is going to be to get a big enough of a gap by the time he hits Cardiac Hill that Daniel can't catch him.
I see. So the gamesmanship is on, and as we see him bending over here, that's not fatigue. He's drafting, right?
That's tucking to make it more aerodynamic. The lower you can get, the closer you can bring yourself to the frame of your chair and get down closer to the ground, the more aerodynamic you're going to be. You see him keep tucking his head down underneath and looking up every once in a while to check and make sure he's still in a straight line and not going to hit any potholes or anything on the road. But the lower you can get, the more you can keep your head down, the more aero you are.
And
Aaron has incredible chair control.
Does he? Okay. And Amanda, how valuable is this rest for those big guns, those big arms, and that back that he has that is so powerful that he'll need when he gets to Cardiac Hill?
It's a little bit of a mix, actually. So all of these athletes worked really hard for the first mile off the start. But then when you tuck, you can start to tighten up a little bit. So warm for a mile, tucking down in and tightening up. And here comes Daniel Romachek. This is it. This is his spot. This is his move. So hitting the first of those climbs there, and this is where Daniel really excels. You can see the cadence of his hand speed and how fast his arms are moving in comparison to the athletes behind him. Daniel's arm span is almost 7 feet, and his hand rings are significantly larger than most of the other athletes who are out on the course, which means he's getting more power with every stroke. If you have the strength to do that, the bigger the hand rings you can use. It's like being in a higher gear.
Wow.
Isn't it amazing that he likes to climb hills?
Yeah,
Most of us like to go downhill, but he's like,
no,
bring on the hills. I want to challenge myself and go up.
No, every time I ask him if he never had to go down another hill in his life, he would love it.
But the fear factor, I mean, there has to be some kind of training that you do to be able to handle it. I remember talking to Gwen Jorgensen, who's the Olympic triathlete gold medalist, and she had to figure out how to handle her fear on the downhills on the bike. You guys too.
It's really scary. And going at 35, 40, 45 miles an hour, racing chairs have steering, they have brakes, but there's only so much you can do. And when you are going that fast, you have to be really confident in yourself and in your control over the chair, because you can't stop. You can't make a quick turn.
Wow. Love all the insight. Now, I will not get that vision out of my mind of Daniel Romachek's wingspan, 7 feet. We'll keep watching him and the ladies as they continue. But for the moment, we're going to go back out to the start, and Greg Bluestein has the mayor of Atlanta. Hey, Greg.
Yeah, we're here with Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and Mayor, and the excitement, the energy is all around us right now. This is the biggest block party in Georgia.
This is a huge block party. 50,000 people are out here about to run today. Individuals from all over the world are here. I hear 24 countries are represented, and somebody from all 50 states is here. So Atlanta's on full display. The energy is really high right now. Everybody's excited, me too.
Now tell me, what's your Peachtree routine? Are you going to be running this time? I know you've run it in the past.
Yeah, so last year was my very first time running the Peachtree, and I ran it very hard and I had a great time, about an hour and 1 minute. This year I'm going to run, jog. We already got some, places I got to take some photo ops, some high fives. Got to say hi to everybody at Shepherd Center along the way. But it's going to be fun out there running with all these elite runners, as well as just your neighborhood joggers are out there. That's what makes this event so special. Everybody from all over just getting together, enjoying the 4th of July holiday.
So you'll be pacing yourself, Mayor. But talk about what this means to the city of Atlanta, because this is a huge economic development event, too.
Oh, yeah, this is huge for the city. First of all, Atlantans just want to run up and down Peachtree. It's such an iconic street in the city, so bringing everybody together is fun. Riding MARTA to get here to make sure that everybody stays out of traffic. But then for folks that fly in here, traveling, people from here all over the United States and all over the world, so they're staying in our hotels, they're eating at our restaurants, they're shopping. So it's an economic boom for us. And AJC, for the 55th year, this is a great Peachtree Road Race. The Atlanta Track Club does well. So I'm excited about what we're going to see today.
And Mayor, before we let you go, talk a little about your post-race routine. What are you most looking forward to after you cross that iconic finish line?
So after I cross the finish line and get to exhale and chill, because I'm the mayor, I can't just go lay out on the grass and woosah because all the cameras are, look at the mayor about to pass out. But I'm going to get up and I'm going to go to about 4 people's houses and eat up all their food today. So I got cookouts already lined up. I got people that saying, hey, Mayor, come by here at 1 o'clock, come by here at 3 o'clock, come by here. So my weight right now is not my weight later today.
Well, guys, you heard it here first. We are invited to the mayor's post-race barbecue parties.
I'm going to be all over the city eating up people's food.
Well, back to you guys.
All right, Greg, thanks very much. Good to hear from the mayor. We wish him a lot of luck, and we need to find out where the barbecue is afterwards.
I know, right?
Definitely.
That's for sure. Okay, look, so we go back out of the course, and there is Daniel Romanchek, and it looks like he's taking the lead here in the men's race.
Daniel Romanchek is all on his own. He's the only male athlete so far to cross mile 4. He was on a 2:15 mile pace, which is almost 20 miles an hour. He's slowed down quite a bit, but that's expected with the climbs. These are tough. All of the road conditions affect wheelchair racers more than they affect runners. So we are faster down the hills. We are slower up the hills. We have to calculate and take our turns a little bit wider. You're controlling a piece of equipment in addition to your body. So 3:59 for this last mile, which is really good.
Yeah, and actually a 16-second lead, Amanda, on second place. So Romanchek, look at that. Look behind him. You don't see anyone. So he is really rolling well. And Miguel Jimenez-Vergara is back there way behind, and then behind him somewhere is Aaron Pike, who we saw tucking and rolling down the hill. But look at Daniel Romanchek, 6-time Peachtree champion. He holds the course record. Of course, the 2020 Paralympic gold medalist. I was there for that in Tokyo. It was just unbelievable to watch him compete in the heat there in Japan. I'll never forget how hot it was. So maybe he could deal with the heat because he's been able to compete at the highest level, of course, in really conditions that are much worse than this. So Romanchek with a commanding lead here, and past the 4-mile mark. I guess he's be approaching 5 in just a few moments here.
Coming up soon. We just saw him check over his shoulders. A little bit earlier, we could see behind him Miguel Jimenez-Vergara in the background, and I think he's probably pretty surprised to see Miguel there. He doesn't have a ton of experience racing on the road. He's still pretty new to all of this, and the experience he does have on the road up until this year, he hasn't been a contender for the top 3, so this could be a huge race for him.
You could almost see Daniel take a look over his right shoulder, and then he did another one on his left, because I think he was like, wait,
I think so too. He was looking like, who is behind me? Someone's behind me. Who are they? And right. I think that was a really big surprise for him.
But he definitely has put on a surge here now, because you can see he's gained some distance on second place. And that's what Daniel does. Like you get a little complacent sometimes when you're all alone, whether you're running or in the wheelchair event. And I think that sometimes is a little kick in the pants, right? When you can see somebody and he's not used to seeing people a lot of times.
That is true. Daniel Romanchek always has a little bit more in the tank. So I think he turned around, he saw somebody was behind him. He was like, whoa,
yeah,
I better go.
All right, well, Romanchek continues to have a commanding lead here on the race course. And for the moment, let's get out to the start again, and we'll catch up with Ashley Spencer, who's chatting with two of our top elite athletes who are ready to compete shortly. Hey, Sarah.
With elite men's racer Sebastian Sawe, and I'm here with elite women's racer Immaculate Onyango. These guys are about to get ready to run this race, both making their Peachtree debuts. Sebastian, for you, just how did you kind of prepare and get ready for this course?
First of all, I'm happy. I'm glad to be invited to Peachtree 10K. My preparation was good. I prepare well, and I'm so well in my own shape, and I'm here to do my best. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Good luck, good luck. And Immaculate, for you, just how has Atlanta treated you, and how excited are you to run this race today?
First of all, I really appreciate for the invitation. It's my first time here in Peachtree, so I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, well, good luck to both of you guys today. Y'all are going to do awesome. Lewis, everybody, back to y'all.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. It's great to have a chance to hear from these stars before they go out on the course. Of course, they'll be on shortly, and we're looking forward to seeing them. But for the moment, it's still all about Daniel Romanchuk, who has a commanding lead in the men's wheelchair division.
Daniel just crossed the 5-mile mark. He's at a 3:52 pace, so he's just about a mile from the finish line. It looks like the fatigue's starting to set in a little bit. There are a lot of climbs in the second half of this race, and it starts really, really burning. So his arm cadence is still good, but you can see his hands have slowed down a little bit. He's taking a break every once in a while, trying to stay loose, trying not to tighten up too much here. Taking another look behind him to see who's there, but this time there is nobody. So I think it looks like he's taking advantage of that and going to coast a little bit down this hill, which means he is definitely feeling it.
Well, you mentioned that Yurt Chippert, who is in third right now, he won the NYC half in March, but we know that Daniel was there, and Daniel had some issues there.
He did. Daniel had some issues with his racing chair, with his equipment. Got a flat tire on the course.
Alrighty, now time for the invocation to do the honors. The Very Reverend Sam Chandler, Dean of St. Philip Cathedral.
To you, and to you, and to you, whoever we are today, we are one. The Peachtree Road Race gathers all sorts and conditions of humanity into one blessing of America on this 4th of July. In the name of God, and in all the names of God, we bless each other in the Peachtree Road Race. Blessings to Muslims, Assalamu Alaikum. Blessings to Jews, Barakatah Adonai Eloheinu. Blessings to Christians, Jesus loves you, Benedicite Deus. To Hindus, Buddhists, atheists, agnostics, God blesses each and every one of us. Dios les bendiga. In the name of God, the God above us and the God beside us, the God at the starting line and the God at the finish line, we bless each other. In the running of the Peachtree Road Race today in Atlanta, Georgia, may God bless all of America. When I say hip hip, say amen. Hip hip, amen. Hip hip, amen. Hip hip, amen. Hallelujah.
Thank you once again to Dean.
And our thanks to the Very Reverend Sam Chandler, the Dean of St. Philip, with that blessing for all runners. And as you look there on the screen, that is Daniel Romanchuk of the United States, a 6-time Peachtree champion on his way to his 7th title here in Atlanta on the 4th of July. We'll have to see what the time is, but you can see there's no one behind him, Amanda. He has really taken control of this race and will rack up another win here.
Almost a minute lead behind above the chase pack of Miguel Jimenez, Yurt Chippert, Aaron Pike, and Josh Cassidy, who are all together chasing him, but even working together, they can't catch him. And this is that screaming downhill towards the finish.
Thinking about that wedding coming up, but here he is finishing.
Daniel Romanchuk, as the sun rises in Atlanta, he wins his 7th Peachtree Road Race.
What an exciting year for him. Getting engaged, going to the Paralympics, getting married. and winning another title. He said this was such a fun race for him. He was so excited to do it.
And finishing behind, we've got a nice pack of athletes. Miguel Jimenez Begara, your chipper is there. Aaron Pike as well. We'll have to see if Josh Cassidy of Canada is in the mix here. So let's see who it is.
Aaron Pike in the lead here with the Yurt chipper right behind him. Looks like it's going to be a pretty tight sprint for the finish. But Aaron Pike has it.
And American Aaron Pike crossing for second here in Atlanta.
Daniel Romachek coming through officially at 19:37. It's Miguel Jimenez Vergara coming through in fourth, which is this is a really, really big race for him.
And why is that?
So far, he's young, he's up and comer, hasn't really had a ton of experience on the road, and hanging with this incredible group of super, super experienced, talented athletes. He held his own there. Josh Cassidy coming through now for fifth.
Well, powerful running, rolling, I should say, wheeling by all these athletes who are,
Got a
you can
couple,
tell, a bit spent there after a challenging race course.
a couple of Aaron Pike's teammates coming through now, Brian Seaman and Philip Croft, and ahead of them was Craig Chabort, a Georgia local.
Big shout out again to Sweetwater for the race clock. Big thanks to our friends there at Sweetwater Brewing for helping us keep track of the official times here, as we can now see the more athletes coming, racing, sprinting toward the finish line.
Evan Carell from the University of Illinois coming through, followed by a few of the wheelchair athletes from the University of Arizona. So two really, really strong collegiate programs.
On the right of your screen, you can see some of the women getting their introductions at the start line. We'll have our elite women's field taking to the course shortly. On the left, the men's wheelchair division still finishing. And just a fantastic day, a great morning here in Atlanta as we see all these competitors on the course. And of course, behind them will be 50,000 others from across the country and across the world who will be competing here in Atlanta.
That's Susanna Scaroni coming up towards the finish now. She'll be the first finisher for the women's wheelchair division. 3 consecutive wins here at the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Scaroni has quite a history at 32 years of age. She has a 3-time Peachtree champion, the course record holder, and now we can call it 4 times a champion here in Atlanta. And on the right side, you're going to see our elite women's field being introduced. There is Immaculate Anyango. And Kara, she looks awfully ready to compete.
She does. She's excited to be here. First time racing here in Atlanta. Number 2 fastest on the track, or on the road, excuse me, for 10K. She ran 28:57 last year, and she is ready to roll.
On the other side of the split screen, we just saw Susanna Scaroni cross. Official finish time of 21:39.
So another victory here in Atlanta for Scaroni. That'll make it 4 times a champion. And she just dominates wherever she goes. More introductions on the right of your screen here as the women's elite field come up toward the start line. You mentioned Immaculate Anyango, the 24-year-old from Kenya. This is her Peachtree debut, so really interested to see how she manages this course for the first time. You guys know that it's a bit tricky in a couple spots.
I think everyone that's been here before says it's such an advantage to have run this race before, having the ups and downs, knowing the turns, and especially knowing that hard left turn to finish down the hill.
It's a really deceiving course because it starts out pretty flat, you get a lot of downhills, you're really cruising, and then when you hit the climbs at the end, they can come as a little bit of a surprise if you weren't ready for them.
I think too, just the heat and humidity, we're not always used to that, and as no matter how fit you are, it still is hard to run through.
Temperatures right now about 78 degrees. Of course, the humidity is up there, and that'll make the heat index feel much higher as you begin to get deeper into the race. But again, like we saw with the wheelers, this race happens very quick. 10K is a fast race, and we'll see how they navigate it early on here. But the ladies are now standing ready, this elite women's field.
We're looking as they get ready to take off, but the two on the end there, like Daniel Romanchek, Susanna Sullivan, and Carrie Verdon, the two Americans, they're getting married in a couple weeks too. Everyone's getting married this year.
And look at that shot, if you would, of all the people waiting in behind. But now, cheers from the crowd as our elite women's field is on course on the 4th of July here in Atlanta.
Yeah, big pack right now, which is not surprising. This is how they get out. There's a little bit of an incline in that very, 400 meters, Amanda, where you feel it a little bit, and then things start to play out. But Carrie Verdon, Susanna Sullivan right here in the lead. These two are coming off the Olympic trials where you were, Lewis, doing all kinds of post-race interviews and things on the track. So they were out in Eugene, Oregon. Both ran the 10,000 meters there. Susanna Sullivan led for 7K of that 10,000, and she knew she wanted to come here and race. She's got a couple more road races this summer, but she's coming back from the world champs last summer, and she ran with a stress fracture on her kneecap there, and she had to really rehab the earlier part of this year, missed the Olympic trials and the marathon, which is her event. And she's now coming into her own and feeling really good. So fun to see the Americans up here in front.
And that is quite a turnaround to come off the track and field Olympic trials in Eugene and then be here running on the roads. 10,000 meters to 10K here on the road. That is quite a turnaround for sure.
And mentally more so. You know, we talk a lot about the physical demands of running, but mentally too, of us competing is very hard. Going from an Olympic trials to coming here to such a world-class event, you have to get up for it.
So our elite women's field is on course. Everybody in their early steps and trying to just feel their way through these early miles, and it won't take long before we'll begin to see some sort of breakaway and someone trying to take control of this race. Both wheelchair divisions are complete, and we had great running. And the women's side, it was Susanna Scaroni finishing in 21:39, and she completes her 4th victory here in Atlanta on the 4th of July. So another great race by Scaroni there on the right, finishing just a few moments ago.
Susanna,
look at that speed.
All alone at the finish, tucking in there for the downhill and that little bump going over the timing mat. Jenna Fessmeyer moving up from 4th place last year to 2nd place this year, and 3rd place, Kendall Gretsch, the defending Paralympic gold medalist in paratriathlon, who also just qualified for the Paralympic Games.
Awesome, that is great. Alrighty, and so we see the ladies on course here, and now let's go back to the starting line for our national anthem.
Sung by the AJC contest winner, the 4 fellas, Cody Swanson, David Murphy, Mike Brunson, and Joshua Pollitt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare above bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the 4 fellas. Come on, come on.
All right, the 4 fellas with our national anthem on this 4th of July from Atlanta, as we now look at the Patriot Parachute Team, which is a veteran-owned and operated company, continuing to serve by performing exciting shows like this around the nation to inspire our next generation of Patriots. And yes, they are parachuting down toward the start line, if you can believe it. This is not a football stadium they're coming into. It's a start line, which is a much smaller area. Look at that, with all the athletes and runners waiting, but somewhere in that area, those parachutes are going to land. And they want to raise awareness for veteran causes to include transitioning after active duty. So important, but look at that beautiful shot.
It's so pretty.
Isn't that
Think of all those big buildings down
Yes.
there, too, to navigate like that.
Always wonder what the view must be like for
I
them
know,
up there
so
trying to hit a
cool.
dot on the ground. And our jumpers today are Isaiah, who is a Navy SEAL. We understand Nate is up there, also a Navy SEAL, as well as Justin, who is an EOD. And if you'd like to follow this team on Instagram, they're at Patriot Parachute Team. All right, that's where you can find them on Instagram or X, at Patriot Parachute Team. And screen right, Carrie, we can see the women continue to run. Looks like we got a group of about 10 to 12 that are running together.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of typical for Peachtree. They all sort of feel each other out, try to see what that first mile brings them. They ran 5:05 for the first mile, and there's about 15 in that, well, maybe 12 in that lead pack, and not surprising. We can see right up there in the top two, Yeska Chelangat. She was the one that finished second last year. So she's coming back as our top returner. She's very excited to be back. She loved her experience here. I got to run with her the other day just for a little bit, and she was so excited and a little bit taken aback by maybe this broadcaster being able to run with her.
She didn't know who you are?
Well, she did after I said, hey, I'll be on the microphone. Oh, yes. So, you know, fun to have her back, though. It's just great. I think what they do here at the Atlanta Track Club is it's built sort of a family. And so every year, these athletes are excited to come back.
Wow, so we continue to watch the elite women on course, and on the left you can see there the Patriot Parachute Team. Looks like they're getting close to making a landing, and I mean wow, look at that, right into the parking lot.
Into the Oasis, is that where they're going?
It looks like that might be. I mean, they were together, then they separated, and then now they're dropping down, and look at that American flag coming in.
I can't imagine. I'd drive a car a little bit crazy, not to, can you think about
My goodness,
that?
look at him dropping right in there.
So
That is
cool.
amazing.
And looking right now at the women's lead, it's Immaculate. She is up front. And Immaculate Nyango is definitely excited to get here. Jake Riley, the American Olympian from 2020, he made his Olympic team right here on the streets of Atlanta. Super excited to be here. Has had some ups and downs since 2020, but he's back and he's feeling good and he's really excited to be here. I know he's got great memories of making that Olympic team
Oh,
here.
absolutely, and it was such a great Olympic trials here in Atlanta.
Elkanah Kabet, he is the one that has run so many times. This is his 10th time running Peachtree, and he also did it while he was serving in Kuwait years ago. So this man loves this race. He is 41 years old now, so he's a master's.
Right.
But he is an awesome athlete. And also we have Matthew Camelli. Matthew Camelli is another guy that we have to mention. He was 4th here in 2022. I know I say this a lot, but anytime you've been here and run this race, you have an advantage. So even though he hasn't been here since 2022, we gotta keep him in mind. All right, we're bringing up Daniel Ibenyo. You know, this man is on fire. He ran so well on the track, but also is great on the roads. He was second to the man we're gonna see next, Sebastian Sawe, at the World Championship Half Marathon just last fall, but he's so good on the track. And for me, knowing that he's got that strength as a half marathoner and the speed of a track star, you gotta watch for him. Sebastian Sawe, though, #1 road racer in the world. So when you have the #1 in the world, you better watch out for a great race. And I know that both Sebastian Sawe and Daniel Ibenyo, they've raced against each other a lot. They're friendly. They really have fun pushing each other hard. So we're going to have a really good pack up front. But I think those are the two guys that we have to keep our eyes on.
Well, again, it's going to be an exciting race for the men as they get themselves lined up and shake out a little bit. Screen right, we see the elite women who are already on course, Carrie and Anyango, Chelangat, Cheptai, and Chepkiru and Diwa. Those are some of the names that we can see on the right there. Again, what does this grouping tell you about this race so far early on? Still feeling each other out?
Yeah, I think so. You know, this is typical, especially in the women's side. I feel like we always have kind of a big pack until we get up Cardiac Hill, and then things start to go crazy. Everyone gets excited. You know, mentally, a lot of times coming into this race, you want to get to Cardiac Hill. You want to stay calm. You want to keep your heart rate down. We have humidity. We have heat here. So you don't want to beat yourself up before you have to. So staying within yourself is really smart the first half of the race. And a lot of these athletes are staying right on Peachtree, right there by the Lenox Mall in Buckhead. So they've been out on the race course. They know that there's a lot of ups and downs. Even though we say the first half is downhill, there's still some climbs and things. So they're trying to get through that first half as easy as possible.
Look at the eyes and the concentration there on the left of your screen as the men get ready to take the course, and just waiting for the gun. And there's the horn as the elite men take to the course, and on the screen to the right, you'll see thousands of other runners who are also now departing the starting line area, as 50,000 people will begin this trek for 10 kilometers along this storied course here on the 4th of July in Atlanta, Georgia.
And you know what else is cool? There's 40 elite high school athletes out there that they've invited this year. They're all kitted out in their Adidas gear, starting right alongside the elite athletes. So both boys and girls, along with 50,000 others.
Right, and a couple of names here. These guys will love to hear this. We got Jackson Hogshead of Lambert High School, class of 2025, and Jackson is a Class 7A state champion in the 3,200 meter run, so he's out there somewhere. And on the girls' side is Zahara Bernal of Pace Academy, class of 2025 as well, and she's a state of Georgia Class 4A cross country and 3,200 meter champion. So we wish Bernal and Hogshead good luck out there, along with all the other high schoolers who are getting a taste of this world-class competition. And that's how you get started. Start in high school, get out here and get with the rest of the world, and then see how the elites are doing and say, I want to do that one day too.
Well, it was really cool. They brought them in, Adidas kitted them out, like I said, gave them all of these great pieces to wear, and they also got to go to the technical meeting. They had a press conference. Yes, they're learning what it's like to be in the front of the field at the professional level. Yeah, so we're coming up here. We have a 2-mile split, 10:03. They dropped that second mile down to a 4:58. There's still quite a few in there. I would say at least 12 athletes. But the woman that we were all talking about is in the lead. That's Emulet Nyango, and she is right up there. She is the one woman that I think that everyone has had their thoughts on. She is one of 2 women to break 29 minutes. She ran 28:57, and in that race, the world record was set. She has such pedigree. She's very good on the track. She's come from a track background where when she was very young, she started running, and everyone saw her right away and thought, this woman has it, and she really is proving that. She was second in that 10K when she ran 28:57 in Valencia in 2024. She was also 4th at the World Cross Country Championships in March. And Lewis, I like to talk about that because when you transition from cross country to roads, it really shows your strength. And when you have that strength of running on the grass, the hills, having the agility of going back and forth in turns, you are going to be very good on the roads, and Immaculate is dangerous.
We will continue to watch Immaculate and the rest of the ladies as they continue to feel each other out. We feel like the pace is picking up just a bit. The men are on course as well. We'll check in with them in just a few moments. But for right now, we need to check in with Amanda, who has both of our Wheeler champions. Hey, Amanda.
Super excited to be down here at the finish line with our men's elite wheelchair division winner, Daniel Romachuk, women's elite wheelchair winner, Susanna Speroni, back-to-back champions here. Both course record holders. Incredible race today. So, had the pleasure of training with both Daniel and Susanna for years at the University of Illinois. So this is extra special for me. But first of all, it's hot, it's humid, it's Georgia. How was it out there, Daniel?
Oh, it's a great morning. Yeah, it's actually a little bit cooler than I think it usually is. So it was a nice morning.
Humidity wasn't too bad for you?
Not too bad, nope.
And Susanna, you took off hard and fast from the start. Was that the plan? Did you want to be out on your own?
Yeah, you know, I, as you may remember, Amanda, I really like to push myself at every course, especially a 10K, and had my eyes on how fast I could go.
Well, you both did fantastic. Daniel, do you know This is your 7th win here, and that is a record for the most wins by one person in any division ever of all time.
It's just amazing to be here and to be among such amazing racers, and really just again it doesn't feel like it's the 4th without being here in Peachtree.
It's just kind of become a tradition, right?
Absolutely.
So, Susanna, you have had quite a spring, from taking some time off from injury to coming back, winning the Boulder 10K, setting a world record on the track in the 5K, racing here. Tell me how that's been.
Yeah, it's been wild, but I'm grateful. I was able to have a full recovery on my shoulder throughout the springtime, and it's grateful to get to be out here again and giving it my best. And so, it's really I'm so happy to be racing again.
Well, I think you made a great choice to take a little bit of time off. You look strong. You look ready. What's next?
Honestly, now we're gearing up for Paris completely. We have our track trials the end of July, and then we get ready to go to Paris.
It's going to be an exciting summer. And Daniel, next for you?
Pretty much same thing. So get ready for trials and Paris.
And?
And a wedding before going off to Paris.
And a wedding before going off to Paris. So not trying to squish too many things in at all. Huge congratulations to defending champions once again, Daniel Romanchuk and Susanna Scaroni.
All right, Amanda, thanks very much. And I love how she got that wedding announcement out of Daniel.
I know.
You can't get out of here without telling us about that. So great stuff from both of them, and we wish them the best at the track trials. And, of course, we'll see them in Paris for the Paralympic Games, which is going to be extra special for sure. All right, so we have continued excitement out here on the race course. Oh, we've got some interesting costumes. Is it Christmas already?
So fun. I guess so.
Okay.
I know Santa's got some little shorts.
I see. And Santa is ripped.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we've got our elite men and women on the course, and we have a breakaway leader here on the men's side, left side of your screen.
Yeah, we do. For a long time we had a group of 14 men on the in the lead pack, but that is Daniel Imbenio. He is out in front, and we knew that he was a guy that likes to push the pace, and he went for it. He put a big surge on, and right behind him, that is Sebastian Salway trying to close that gap up. He's got some time. You don't want to go too hard too early, and also when someone makes a big break like that, reeling him back in slowly is almost a little bit smarter. You don't want to go too hard, spike that heart rate up like I talked about. So Sebastian Salway has to keep his eyes up on Daniel Imbenio, but he definitely is making a power statement right here.
Imbenio, the 28-year-old from Kenya, 2024 Berlin half marathon champion, and 2020 Tokyo Olympian at the 5,000 meters. So Imbenio is well credentialed and right now looking comfortable. Look at nice fluid gait there as you run past the Publix.
You see his PB on the roads, 26:58 from 2022. I like that. I like that it's not from 2016.
Yes.
You know that he is still currently fit. He just came off of running a very famous track race called the Prefontaine Classic, which is out in Eugene. He was 6th there. That was the trial event for the Kenyan 10,000 meter team. He did miss that, but he's currently ranked #1 in the world in the 10,000 on the track. So you know that he's got a little bit of maybe revenge here right now, a little bit of disappointment not going to the Olympic Games, but will be spending time on the roads. And this is a big deal, running on the roads. This is their career. Today they'll win $12,000 if they crack the tape, an additional $5,000 if they set the record. So, this is something that they do, but everyone's heart is in Paris this summer. And so, a lot of these athletes are a bit bummed if they're not making that trip.
And Carrie, I'm looking at that distance that Imbenio has put on Salway, and you mentioned keeping his eyes up Salway to make sure that he's got enough room to be able to close. And right now, Imbenio, you see that quick look over the shoulder on the left side of your screen?
Yes, looking back.
He knows what he's doing.
I think he's surprised. Those two have battled it out, and it's crazy. I mean, you look back at the World Championships, and they finished so tight together at the World Championships in the half marathon. The one thing that I do think is interesting is that Imbenio knows that he has the speed, he has the kick. So to me, for him, leading in and putting on a bit of a lead on Sebastian Salway is a pretty daring tactic. Sebastian Salway knows this knows the course. He's been out training on it. He's been here for a week. He came from Boston a week ago after winning the BAA 10K, where he beat Daniel Abeno. So they've been going back and forth all year long. They know each other, and this is a different tactic. On the women's side, we are seeing now the pack start to break open just a little bit. They're coming up on 5K, so they are starting to make that climb on Cardiac Hill.
So on the left of your screen, Daniel Abeno of Kenya has really opened up a big gap on the rest of the field, and Sebastian Salwe has some work to do if he is going to catch up with Abeno. And on the right side, we can see that group of ladies is probably down to about 6 or 7 in that lead pack.
Yeah, and excuse me, they are going through mile 4 right now. So they went through in about 2013 unofficially. And so they are, definitely making their way. This is where we usually see some big moves happen on the women's side. If there is a pack like this, we've seen it in the past where, we come down to a 3-way sprint, which we saw last year. Remember last year, Sunbury Teferi leading, and we thought she was the one that was going to take that title. She took that wrong turn. And Festin is the one that took over, and she ended up winning. Fatin Tesve, was the one that won. And then it was Jessica who was second. Jessica Chelangat is in this lead pack, and she does not want to be second again. She wants to be first.
Amanda's back with us and just listening, but I got to tell you, you did a great job getting Daniel to admit about the wedding coming up soon. That was a great laugh for all of us. Of course not. Those guys are such great champions, and you did a great job with them. All right, so we can see the ladies continuing to move strong. We've got a breakaway pack of 2, 4, 6 as they continue to make a climb here on this 10K race course. Sun is up. Temperature is about 78 degrees, climbing just a bit, but look at the sunshine splashing on them. We'll get an update on them and the men when we come back.
Hey!
This is not open. Pause. This is not what I ordered. You're late. Oh, you're late. I said I'm sorry. You're bringing in tea. It won't be cheap. You don't visit anymore.
Your card has been cancelled.
This summer, get your 4th of July delivered. The Home Depot has free delivery on over 2 million items. Fast, same-day delivery from our store to your door. Get 4th of July delivered your way at the Home Depot.
Back live in Atlanta, the 55th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. You're looking at the finish line where we are and where the ladies will be finishing shortly, the men after them. And at the starting line, it looks like a party. Everybody ready to go and take the streets. 50,000 people will be running throughout the morning, and they're looking really, really excited about it. All righty, so we continue to talk about the weather, and let's get a quick update from Jennifer Gray.
Hey guys, it is race day and we are so grateful that the weather seems to be cooperating. It's going to be a very typical July day here in Atlanta. The good news is we're not going to be dodging thunderstorms. We will see the heat index start to rise by the time we get into late morning. That's the temperature plus the humidity, basically the feels like temperature outside. Right now, not much of an issue, but in the next couple of hours, it most likely will be. So temperatures are starting out in the mid 70s. Dew points are in the 70s, which is a little higher than we've been the last couple of days. So humidity is starting to creep back in. That heat index now already feeling like, say, upper 70s across downtown Atlanta, popping into right around 80 degrees across midsections of the race. But by the time we get into that 10, 11 o'clock hour, temperatures are going to be in the low 90s, mid 90s. That feels like temperature will be. Of course, we also talk about the wet bulb temperature. That's the temperature plus humidity plus wind speed, sun angle, cloud cover. That factors in everything, and that basically is the stress that the heat is putting on your body. So runners are really going to have to listen to their bodies, guys, and just know when it's getting too hot. I think most of them are aware of that and know what to look for, but it is very important, especially in July in Atlanta. It's hot, and so runners will be dealing with the heat today.
All right, Jen, thanks very much for that update. And it's really important to keep up with that weather as everyone takes the course. Look at that. Look at the masses of people behind. We're talking about waves A through Y. That means 25 waves of athletes on the course throughout this morning. Again, all 50 states represented. 32 countries have come here, athletes from 32 countries, as we continue now to watch our elite men. And Carrie, he continues to lead. That's Daniel Abeno.
Yep, he went through mile 3 in about, let me get that, 13:13. So he is well on his way. We are watching that they are starting to close in a little bit on him right now. Daniel Abeno is being chased a little bit here, and I'm trying to read. I think that is Jake. Is that Jake on his? I believe that is.
I think that's what I see as well.
Yep, and he is coming up on him. You know, Jake is from, he trains over in Kenya. He knows a lot of these guys, and Jake Robertson from New Zealand. He is has a PB on the road of 27:28, which isn't that great compared to what Daniel's is, but he is very strong, and he is a great half marathoner. So marathoner, using that strength coming down in 10K is what you need to do.
Now, what do you think Abeno's thinking about suddenly when he has somebody come up on him like this?
I think
someone
it
who
wakes
he
him
doesn't
up.
expect.
Yeah, I mean, and Amanda, you know this as well. Like, sometimes when you're out there and you think you got this, or you just don't know what's happening behind you, it almost is nice to get woken up, get back into race mode, and to, start to focus again.
It is. It's always hard, though, when someone comes up and catches you from behind because they're moving faster than you are. They've been chasing you the whole time, and so if they catch you by surprise, I mean, it's a surprise.
It's a big surprise, and I think that it's a good surprise sometimes. Just trying to see the monitor a little bit here, but Jake Robertson, he is one that kind of made a big shift in his life where he decided to go over to Kenya and train with the best, and that's what he does. And he hasn't had a lot of results in the last year. He hasn't raced a ton, but when he did race, he's cracked the hour mark in the half marathon, which is huge. Not a lot of people can say they have done that, and so that's a big confidence booster. He's run 2:08, as I said, in the marathon, and so big pedigree on his side there. But the 10K is sort of his unknown. He hasn't raced it very much.
It's a totally different end. Before this, Carrie and I were actually debating, would it be better for a long-distance athlete to come down to the 10K or for a sprinter to come up to it?
But now we see some changing here on the men's side. We are seeing that is Sebastian Sawe in the lead with Daniel in the back. But the women have made that left turn on 10th Street. They are moving down the street here, coming to that finish line.
Once that turn happens, Carrie, on 10th Street, then we're getting close to having them finish. And so the women are now pushing toward the finish line.
Well, there's 3 of them right there, and it is going to be tight. This is what happened last year when we saw them come down last year. They made that wrong turn. That was Sunbury Teferi, who had won in 2022, came here last year, followed our police officer off the race course, and we had a different winner. They are coming. We can start to see the lights here now, Lewis.
Coming over that hill shortly on your right are the women. Cheptai, Anyango, Ndiwa. Let's see who's going to be the one who will cross first, as we can now begin to see them, well, not quite, coming shortly.
We see Sebastian Sawe really trying. He's checking his watch there, trying to see what he's doing, trying to see if he has enough pressure put on to see if he can run the legs out of Daniel Mbenyo. Daniel Mbenyo is so speedy over the final 400 meters. So this is a big move right now for Sebastian Sawe. He needs to try to put on a little bit of hurt, and that's what he's doing. You can see they're starting to do a little bit of a climb.
Yeah.
There are some rollers here in the second half of the course.
In the second half, we've got a little bit of up and down. It's mostly climbing, but you get some of those little breaks.
So continuing to see the battle on the left there as Mbenyo has been dropped by Sawe. Might he come back? But here are the women now approaching the finish line.
Irene Cheptai, she's been here before. She was second in 2022. She knows how to run this course. She's trying. She's 32 years old. She's trying to outrun the youngster, the 20-year-old Grace Nauna. She is in second place there. And you can see Irene trying to look back just a little bit and see if she's got these other two ladies in the bag. She doesn't. We got to keep the pressure on. That's Irene Cheptai.
Irene Cheptai gritting to try and get to the finish line first. Can she hold them off? A quick look on both sides. Look at the shifting back and forth.
Yeah, they are trying to run the whole road. That's Stacy Ndiwa. Stacy Ndiwa is starting to come up on her shoulder there, Lewis. Irene Cheptai second here in 2022. Is she going to be able to crack the tape? She's going for it.
Cheptai and Ndiwa battling back and forth. There's Cheptai on the right in the purple, and look at Stacy Ndiwa in the yellow going back. Look at the sprint speed and the leg lift, and at the last second, it looks like Stacy Ndiwa is going to get there first and cross to win the Peachtree Road Race 2024.
Stacy Ndiwa was here last year, finished 6th, and you think about that. She was a great cross-country runner back when she ran that in 2015. She doesn't run much on the cross-country courses anymore, but that strength and that mentality of being able to handle the ups and downs, as I said, is what's so important. She also ran the Boston 10K this year where she placed 5th, and she came here this year and wanted to run well, and she sure did, cracking that tape. Kind of timing her kick perfectly.
Well, that was quite a dramatic close as we see more of the elite women's field coming toward the finish line here on this beautiful morning in Atlanta. Finishing here at Piedmont Park.
As we see Cynthia Limo, I believe, finish there. A couple of the top athletes that we thought weren't going to, or were going to be up front there, Amulet and Yango and Jessica Chelangat. This race is a race where you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
If the heat and humidity get to you, even at the front of the pack, things can go awry. As I'm watching, I think we're seeing our first American here, Susanna Sullivan, come through right behind Jessica Chelangat. So Jessica Chelangat finishing second here last year. Now, not quite as high this year. Susanna, not Scaroni, Sullivan. Also getting married in a couple weeks here, having a great end of her racing season.
So a good, strong finish for Sullivan, the 34-year-old American. Competed for Team USA at the 2023 World Championships. Oh, and you can see the fatigue. The fatigue is hitting this athlete. Is that Jessica Chelangat? We heard Daniel Romanchuk, who won the men's wheelchair division, talking about it being a bit cooler, but it's still warm. It's still hot with the heat index and, of course, the humidity right now, 78 degrees, but it feels a little bit warmer than that, surely, for those who are running.
And it's just going to get hotter as the day goes on. The wheelchair athletes have the advantage here. They start early, and they are done fast. Under 20 minutes for Daniel Romanchuk. That's hardly time to work up a sweat out on the course. But the sun is coming up, and as it's beating down, we can feel it up here on the stage.
Absolutely. More finishers of the women's elite division. And there's Stacy Ndiwa, who had that great sprint finish at the end, battling with Irene Cheptai. And she was able to get just a step and take the victory here.
What an incredible sprint finish. There's nothing more fun than watching a finish like that, but being a part of one is maybe the most nerve-wracking.
I can imagine. Into 31 years old, has a 10K personal best of 31:01, but she has had quite a career, and of course this being her debut here in Atlanta, so it's a big deal for her to be able to figure out exactly how to time that kick. It looked like she wasn't quite sure, but to be on the debut and to try and figure it out, you know, on the first run, that's pretty impressive.
That's true. We were talking about what an advantage it is to have run this course before because it's so tricky.
Right.
With the ups and the downs and that sharp turn to the finish.
And on the left, we can see the competition still going for the men. That is Sebastian Salway, who earlier looked to be in a bit of trouble. He had let Daniel Ibeno get away from him, but somehow Salway closed and has now put a gap on the rest of the field. Look behind him. You don't see anyone there. Maybe farther back. That is Ibeno there. But now Salway on a downhill is looking awfully strong. And the question is, will he be able to keep that distance as he makes his way to where we are here at the finish line in Piedmont Park?
Sebastian Salway with about an 8-second gap, but it looks like it's growing.
And there is the turn. Salway knows that he's getting closer to the finish line and ending a busy and important morning here in Atlanta in this 55th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Just under a mile to go after that turn. It's about 1,000 meters, and it is all downhill.
Salway is quite a resume of running, but this will be his first victory should he get there first at this event. Currently ranked, as Carrie said, the ranked #1 racer in the world, so a great get by the Atlanta Track Club and everyone here to have him here to compete. Sebastian Salway looking strong here as we move toward the finish line.
Coming up to the finish, and he is all alone. Still looking pretty strong, but no need to sprint with the gap that he has on second place.
Well, when you're ranked #1 in the world, you must know how to get things done no matter what the conditions might be early on. And again, when we saw that gap that he had allowed to develop, you wondered, wow, what's going on here? But again, you're showing the really consummate racing skills and talent on display here on the street in the streets of Atlanta.
It takes a lot of momentum to close a gap like that. But he was already running faster to close the gap than the competitors ahead of him. And it looks like he just kept up with that pace, kept going.
It's rather amazing to think about a guy being the #1 distance runner in the world at this event. And this is only Sebastian Salway's second race ever on U.S. soil. So it's good to have him here. He was in the first, his first race was on June 23rd at the Boston 10K, which he won there in 27:42 in somewhat rainy conditions, but we've got beautiful sunshine, temperatures in the upper 70s. That's a pretty high humidity, but I'm sure Salway was well hydrated, and you can see now as he tries to make his way toward the finish line here that he'll be happy to get something to drink and, of course, absorb this love he's going to get Atlanta style.
Definitely picking up the pace and putting on a little bit of a kick here at the finish. I think that happens when the finish line comes into sight and you can see it, you know you're almost there, and you just want to get there as fast as you can. And there's the view of Sebastian Salway coming towards the finish, almost there.
That's right, Amanda. Great view as Sebastian Salway of Kenya approaches the finish line. Watch out behind you. Here comes Daniel, who's closing strong, and Salway doesn't see him, but he got there just in time to get the victory. My goodness, wouldn't that have been something?
What an incredible finishing sprint, from Daniel Ibeno.
Normally, it's wise to take a quick look over your shoulders to make sure you got this before you put your hands up. And there was Daniel Ibeno with a massive close. And suddenly he's there, but Sebastian Salway.
If the race were just a few meters longer, right, Sebastian Salway might have been in some serious trouble.
Exactly. He would have been looking at that for a long time, like, don't ever let that happen again. But in the end, he's got his Kenyan flag, celebrating his first Peachtree 10K road race win ever. and only his second race on American soil. So congratulations to Salway. And how about Daniel Obinyo with that strong close at the end?
28:03 is a finishing time for Sebastian Salway. Daniel Obinyo coming in right behind him at 28:05. It's more of the top men coming through at the finish now.
And you can see the fatigue on the face as they make their way to the finish line here. But great running by everyone. And look at the fans there left and right in this finish line shoot area. Just great fan support every year for the Peachtree 10K.
We talk about how fast this race is, that a 10K is not that long, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't really hurt, especially on a day like today. The heat, the humidity, and then the course with all of the climbs, the ups and the downs. It's a lot of changes.
That's right. They don't call it cardiac hill for nothing, right?
That's true. And I can tell you, as someone who's done this
You've
race
been there, right?
many times,
Right.
there was more than once I wasn't sure I was going to make it all the way to the top.
Well, our top three finishers on the men's side, we saw this great finish by Sebastian Salway of Kenya. He finishes in first. 28:03 is his time, and right behind him with that crazy Russian close at the end was Daniel Obinyo, also of Kenya. 28:05 was his time, just 2 seconds behind him. And finishing in third, also from Kenya, is Robert Kiprot Koech in 28:18. So there is another look at our top five finishes for men: Salway, Obinyo, Koech, Kip Koech, and Kibawat. So a Kenyan sweep for the top five here. Excellent running by them and everyone on a beautiful morning here in Atlanta. And on the women's side, a Kenyan sweep as well. Stacey Ndinwa with a great finish there in her debut here. 31:12 is her time. Irene Cheptai, who was also battling in that mad sprint there at the very end, finishes in second. And you see the rest of our field rounding out the top five. So just a great morning here. As you can see our finish line, we're just off to the left under that white tent. It's been a wonderful morning, starting from out here in the dark and seeing everyone get ready at the start line area, and then finally beginning to make their way with the wheelers, our elite athletes, and of course the 50,000 other athletes who are now on course. And it's time to go down to Carrie Tollison, who has both our male and female elite winners. Hey, Carrie.
Hey, you guys, what awesome races. And I'm here with both of our champions. Stacey Ndinwa. Stacey, you were here last year. Let's talk about how you finished today. You guys had a crazy finish. So how was that?
Because I say, going so I say, try to sprint this the last 100 meters, and then at the last I see, oh, I am so strong.
Did you have fun? Did you have fun out there?
Yes, I have a lot of fun. I saw he cheer me, Stacey, you are still strong, just to go, and then I get morale to go.
Well, 2 years in a row here. This year you win. I hope we see you back. Congratulations. And Sebastian Salway, they were closing hard. You went for it, but you put that big move on. Tell us when you put your move on.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be the first time here and win the 10K. For the first 5K, I was a bit tired, but after 5K, I get enough energy and I try to push to close the gap for my fellow. And I was so excited that I push, closing the gap. I had that the same energy, and I move, and I won the race.
And you won the race, but Daniel was closing hard on you. He was coming for you.
Yeah, because he was not far from me, and I know he was trying to close the gap to maybe to challenge me, but unfortunately I won the race, so I'm so happy.
Well, #1 road racer in the world. Congratulations to Sebastian Sawe and Stacy Ndiwa.
Very much. Great to hear from those guys. And don't be fooled. Ndiwa may be soft-spoken, but she is something else out there on that course, as well as Sebastian Sawe. They both did a great job, and it's great to hear from them. So, all right, we still have now people crossing the finish line, and we're looking for our first civilian at some point, our non-elite, I say that respectfully, that's going to cross the finish line, because there's going to be some significance to that person crossing. We'll get into that in just a few moments. Well, this is a way to start your 4th of July out here on the roads running the Peachtree 10K, and look at the masses. Look at the start there. So this is a live shot again of the start. You mentioned the 25 waves of athletes that'll be competing, and so there are more that are about to hit the streets and hit this famous course here in Atlanta. It's going to really be something to see them. Plenty of area for folks to relax and grab a drink and some food after it's over. More people finishing. Carrie, welcome back. Great job with the athletes there.
Just so sweaty though.
Well, of course. What do you expect?
But you know, it feels pretty good out here when we're sitting here, but you can see that it is a tough day for the runners, as it is every year here. They are so, they got to be so proud of themselves. It's a tough day just to race, but then to actually do the race as well, whew, they're rock stars.
It's starting to get hot and sticky out here, especially with the sun coming up.
Right.
Yeah, but what exciting finishes there. I mean, Daniel Benyo was really coming hard.
A close. He wasn't even in sight when Sebastian made the turn.
I know. But Sebastian had that grin on his face down there during that interview that he knew he had it. Yeah, he might have even had a little bit left in him if he needed it.
What is it?
But no, it was wonderful. And this is now, I love the elite side of things. I love seeing the wheelers. I love seeing the runners. But I also really love seeing all of the athletes coming in behind. I mean, a lot of these are still elites coming in, but there's a few that still will have, some fun costumes, but then the crazy costumes will happen.
The crazy costumes are coming later.
All right, we continue to see the masses crossing, and this is just the beginning of all the waves of people who will be out on the course today. So great to see everybody here and active. And so if you look right here, this is our first amateur athlete crossing the finish line after the elites. Yes, #1. And so with that, you got a special gift, a special prize, right? It's part of the history of and there it is. That is the winning shirt for this year's t-shirt contest. Yeah, and you know what? Look what I have right here.
No.
Look what I have right here.
I want one.
Oh, isn't that nice? And I don't know about you guys, but I saw all the different designs.
I did as well.
A wife as an artist and my son as well. This is the one that I would have picked right here. I love that.
But you can't take it home.
I'm going to let you hold that for a
We
second.
can only hold
I have
it
another
because you
one
have
here.
to actually run 10K.
Is this an XL? This one's going to fit me.
No, you can't take it.
I can't keep it?
No.
What is the deal with that?
Because the thing is, it's like when you are an Olympic gold medalist, you are the only one with that Olympic gold.
Right.
If you run this race, you get the shirt, but nobody else. Ooh. You might get into some trouble if you try to put that on.
So I can't do this?
I don't even think you can do that. It's serious business.
So anyway, look at the design. There were some great designs that were up, and everybody voted on those. And as soon as I saw this, I'm like, everything was great, but this was the one I thought.
Yeah.
Right? That's cool.
And I love the 3 stripes. They do such a good job here.
Yeah.
So Adidas, it's an Adidas shirt with all of the pretty stuff on it.
So let me just get this straight. Because you have run this race before, you could wear this shirt?
No, you have to run
today.
You have to run this year.
run today to get the shirt.
I mean, Amanda has what, 10 of them?
I think I have at least 10 of them.
Oh.
I've got a big stack of race t-shirts at
That's
home.
pretty cool.
But the finisher shirts are special
I think
because not everybody gets one.
When it was cotton.
I did have them when
now
they
got
cotton.
performance tees.
Yes.
I don't know what happened to the other one.
We were told we have to give them back.
You had to go off camera to sneak it into
all
your
right,
bag.
I'll give it back. We've got the Atlanta Peach out there welcoming everybody back. So,
Oh, those are the elite athletes, the high school athletes. You saw their kit. And that was that elite Adidas kit that they're wearing out there. It's so cool. You know, when we were younger, I don't know about you, but when you got to put on a USA kit or, you know, a professional looking type kit like the Adidas ones, it was so awesome.
The very first time that I put on my Team USA kit was when I felt like a real athlete for the first time. I was like, this is it. I made it.
Oh, you did make it.
cool stuff. You guys have probably heard about Peachtree with a Purpose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a charitable program, a giving program, where 10 local charities have selected runners to each raise $5,500 for their respective causes, $5,500. The program allows runners to use the race as a platform to support and uplift the greater Atlanta community. Great stuff. And you can see the list of runners and their charities that can be found at AJC.com, Peachtree with a Purpose. And so these are some of the charities that are going to benefit from today's race. So athletes out there competing to raise $5,500 for each one of those charities, and really a great effort. Part of the bigger picture of what happens here, but it's wonderful to see the effort to make sure that local agencies get some help from this. And with that, we'll be back with more of the Peachtree Road Race in a minute.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the proud peach farmers and the savvy Peachtree commuters, for booming Black culture and big modern business, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
This is not the first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands that every BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine?
Take advantage of exceptional offers on the BMW electrified fleet.
Hey, my name is Jared. And this is Matt. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Maple Pepper Bacon Sandwich is that sweet and savory flavor combo. It just takes the sandwich to a whole new level. I love the grilled chicken because of how juicy it is. It has that perfect smoked flavor.
And then the crunch of the pickles and the sweet heat that they bring just kind of ties it all together.
And that crispy sweet bacon, it adds so much flavor.
The bacon ties in amazing with the warm, soft bun. You can really taste the sweetness in every bite.
The maple bun is bringing the fun.
Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The need for heart care can arise.
And the masses on course here in Atlanta as the 55th AJC Peachtree Road Race continues here on a beautiful morning in Atlanta. And the mayor is out there running, I am sure, and I believe he has stopped, and he's with our Mara Davis. Hey there, how's he doing?
Oh, Mayor Dickens, how's it been going so far?
It's been going great. I'm about 3.5 miles in, enjoying the run with all my friends, 50,000 people out here at the Peachtree Road Race, just taking my time, getting to the finish line.
What songs do you listen to get pumped up to run?
Oh man, right now I got Killer Mike, 2 Chainz, T.I., Jeezy, Outkast, all Atlanta greats pumping me through this thing, man. Getting my way through it.
Now, I know you want to get your time, so I'm going to ask you one more thing. What are you eating tonight?
Oh man, today I'm going to eat some barbecue all day long this afternoon. I got 3 barbecues to go to.
Mayor Dickens, great to see you. Have a great run.
All right, Mara, that's what I call a great in-race interview. How about that? Having the mayor stopping to talk about the race, his music, and of course the barbecue that he'll be having and enjoying later on.
There's nothing better than seeing your mayor get out there and get after it as well. I love it.
Love the energy and excitement. That bleeds across to everybody for sure.
Yesterday at the Peachtree Junior, we saw 3,000 kids come out. Microsoft paid for all of those entrants, so it was a free event. So the whole city, whether you're little, young, all the way up to the older athletes, it's just been a really fun weekend. Or I guess it's not a weekend, midweek.
Yeah, we got so many the kids out there, all these folks out here, and we got people in costumes. As a matter of fact, Naja's out there with somebody in a costume. What's going on, Naja?
Good morning. As you can see, we are a lot more full than we were a few minutes ago. Now, Halloween people love to dress up, but the spectators and the participants of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, they get pretty dressed up too. We've seen all kinds of costumes. I heard there was a Santa on the run. I've seen Christmas trees. We've seen bananas. And of course, we've seen a whole lot of red, white, and blue. And I'm standing right here with Trisha, who is very patriotic today. So Trisha, tell us what inspired today's look.
Well, the Independence Day, and I've celebrated that my entire life, and I've been coming to the Peachtree Road Race since 1985. That was my first year. I've only missed 2 since. And it's just a great day to celebrate the independence of our country and being with all these wonderful people. I love red, white, and blue.
We can tell. If y'all check out these earrings and this top, you can see that she is very on point today with her outfit. Now, you told me earlier that you are supporting someone in the race. Tell us who that is.
That's my daughter. Her name is Keely, and she has been running this race. This is her 20th year. And actually, in 1985, when I came the first time, was the year she was born. So, yeah, it's a special day for us today. We're celebrating that. And like I said, we've been coming for many, many years.
Now tell me about your Peachtree Road Race experience. You said that you've run this course before.
I have. I've run this course about 3 or 4 times. I can't really remember exactly, but 3 or 4 times. Not that many times, but it was so much fun when I did. It was a few years ago.
Well, thank you so much, Trisha. We appreciate it. Lewis, I'm taking it back to you. I hope you've seen some costumes too.
All right, Naja, thank you so much. Great conversation out there. And we want to see more costumes, right? Apparently there are quite a few out there. And that's normal, right? People are celebrating and whatever they want to wear, and why not? All right, look, there's Spidey, Spider-Man.
And, you know, he looks pretty good, but it is hot and he is fully clothed.
I was just thinking the same thing.
All right.
The tutus.
Cheerleader?
Yeah, no, not a cheerleader. That's a tutu, but also
It looks like there's some Wonder Woman on there.
Yes.
There's Rip Santa.
Santa Claus, of course.
All right. Patriots, I should say. Very cool.
I think I see these guys every year. I think they come out. They've got new jackets this year.
Good choice to go with the shorts. That was a good fashion statement.
And of course, our red, white, and blue, the Stars and Stripes, representing this 4th of July holiday, which we hope all of you are enjoying and celebrating.
I threaten every year to wear those, like, googly, or whatever you want to say.
Oh, like the headbands?
Yes.
We should do that.
Next year.
Yeah, it is pretty cool to see all that. And you think about the 50,000 that are on the course here today, and it reminds me of the history of this event going back to July 4th, 1970, when just 150 gathered at they tell me at the old Sears parking lot right on the corner of Peachtree Road in Roswell. And there were 110 athletes who competed on the course, and they're known as the original 110.
Yeah.
Of course, they've been honored over the years for being the groundbreakers for this great event, which has really grown to this tremendous event we see today. And big shout out to the Atlanta Track Club, continuing the tradition with excellence and so many great volunteers that make this, the starting line with all these waves of athletes who continue to spill out. 25 groups that'll make their way out on the course, and they're continuing to make their way down to the start line and then out onto the course. Running, walking, wheeling, you know, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's great to be out here.
Yeah, a lot of, families come out and make it this tradition that every year they pass it on to the next person. Or when I was at an event the other night, I got to meet a couple of the 110s, and those original 110s. It was so cool to hear, and they have so many stories. Like, this race just, sits in your mind forever. You have these memories of it from year to year to year. It really is a big deal.
Yeah. As we continue to see more athletes taking the course, you can see the ropes there, folks being guided up. We continue to see the temperatures raise just a bit with the sunshine coming up. And so with that, let's get another quick update from the weather and Jennifer Gray.
Hey guys, yeah, it's a good weather day for the race. It's always the million-dollar question. What's the weather going to do? It looks like we are going to have a decent day. Of course, temperatures starting out in the mid-70s. I think the biggest piece of this is that we're not going to be dodging any storms. It's going to stay clear throughout the race and even beyond. So temperatures are in the mid-70s now. We're not seeing too much of a heat index, which is basically the temperature when you factor in that plus the humidity. But in the next couple of hours, it will be more of a factor. You know, later in the day, we do have a heat advisory for the area. That doesn't start until 1 o'clock. In the next couple of hours, though, we'll really start to warm up. So racers that are out there, say 11 o'clock, we'll feel a heat index of about 95 degrees. So that's when we'll start to really warm up and feel quite hot out there. So when you talk about the heat, we always talk about heat exhaustion versus heat stroke. You could feel a little lightheaded, excessive sweating. If you're facing some heat exhaustion, your skin will become clammy. You could even feel nauseous or start to feel weak, experience muscle cramps. Now, when that moves over to the heat stroke category, you go from sweating to not sweating anymore. That's a huge sign. You'll also experience possibly a throbbing headache, that very rapid or strong pulse. So racers really need to pay attention to their bodies, especially when they're out there for a long period of time running. That sun is hitting you hard, and so make sure the runners are going to be drinking a lot of water, staying hydrated, avoiding the alcohol and sugary drinks before they race and the night before. And this is all stuff that racers know to do, but it's also, guys, just a good reminder for all of us when we're dealing with the heat. It's July, it's Georgia, it is hot, and so we do have that humidity creeping back in today, and so it is going to feel rather warm, especially the next couple of hours, guys.
All right, Jen, thanks very much. It's July, it's Georgia, and it's hot. That's great advice and great information from Jen there about being aware of how you're feeling and how you can notice some of the symptoms that could be dangerous. And I think, as she mentioned, as the temperatures begin to climb, as we continue to have waves of athletes taking to the course, hopefully they are aware of the things that she's been talking about, because you want to be really careful as the temperature goes up. Sometimes if you're not really a well-conditioned athlete, you can get overexcited, a little hyped, and maybe a couple of friends, and the testosterone goes up and you want to try and fight and do something that you're not really prepared to do, and that's where you can get yourself in trouble. So hopefully nobody does that.
Yeah, I mean, I think remembering that this is fun.
That's right.
And that, you know, we already had our winners. Like, you know, everyone is a winner today.
That's right.
We had the 2 break the tape, the 4 break the tape. And I think that also just making sure that you stay within yourself early on. Keep that hurry down. We really have some nice cloud cover right now, though, so we are lucking out.
We do. The overcast skies are great for a day like today. It makes it feel a little bit cooler out there because you're right, Lewis, it can come on fast. You're feeling good, you're running on adrenaline, and then all of a sudden,
suddenly,
it is too late.
Yeah. Well, again, great information from Jen Gray, and we've been getting some good updates for us and for the athletes who are out there competing today. It has just been a wonderful morning as the sun came up and we began to see our elite wheelchair athletes on course doing their thing, and then the elite men and women, and now the rest of the masses are on course, and everybody with their watches trying to see what their times are. Maybe they're hitting a personal best, a season's best, or maybe just finishing is what it's all about today.
You see a lot of high fives and a lot of waving to us, and we've actually been here long enough to kind of meet some people, so now people are coming up and saying, hey, like they've seen us from year to year. So it's been fun.
I've talked to so many people that are Atlanta locals, live in Georgia, they do the Peachtree every year just because it's so much fun. It's such a party out there.
Yeah, I love seeing the young athletes like just, you know, throw it down the last bit, and they're weaving in and out of so many people.
Getting that last finishing sprint in.
Yes.
But it's so much fun. There's entertainment along the course. There's great crowds. Look at the crowds here at the finish.
Tons of entertainment, actually more so than ever. And I think that was one thing they really worked on, is the bands and, you know, all the different people that are out there keeping these runners going throughout the entire day.
Giving you a little extra up some of those hills.
For sure.
Well, it's great to continue to see all the amateurs hit the finish line here. I'm going to call them professionals. Everybody's excited out here. This is their professional moment. And guys, to you all, it is such a pleasure to sit here in the morning and go through everything we went through with the elite wheelchairs, of course, and men and women. So it's been fun once again, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Great being here, as always.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved it. It was so fun to see on the wheeler side, kind of the 2 that we always thought, right? Yep. I mean, we thought that Daniel and Susanna were going to be the ones to be out there. But on the men's and women's runner side, we thought that we were going to have Sebastian Salway win. He did, but he still had some pressure. But then on the women's side, it was Stacy
Ndiwa.
Yes. Excuse me. She finishing 6th here last year, surprising us and cracking the tape. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Both of them were really, really exciting tight finishes.
Yeah. I loved
Awesome.
it.
You guys are always great teammates. Look forward to next year?
Yeah, we'll see you in
Absolutely.
Paris.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll wrap this part of our coverage up, but we're going to go back out on the course. Sarah, who has Rich Kanaa again. Again, just a beautiful morning, and everything is just going so great. Sarah?
Hey guys, I've got Atlanta Track Club CEO Rich Kanaa again. Rich, how's today going? Just give us an update on how this race is going.
So far, so good. An embarrassment of riches in terms of beautiful blue sky. A little concerned about the sun that's starting to pick up behind the building behind us. So we'll keep an eye on that weather, the wet bowl, the humidity, and the temperature. I think we've got about 30,000 people across the start line so far. So great start to the 4th of July.
You worked so hard for one day. How's the payoff?
Oh, this is my 11th. It gets better every year, really. It's so hard for us to put this together as a staff, as an organization, as a partner with the AJC. But every year, as I stand here, I remember why it's worth it.
And what does this event, what does the Peachtree Road Race mean to the city of Atlanta?
So I've said in a number of interviews today, we're the world's largest 10K. We're the world's largest running party. But we're really how Atlanta celebrates the 4th of July, and I take great pride. Atlanta Track Club takes great pride in everybody in Atlanta moving forward together on the 4th of July. One of our staffers calls it Atlanta's best day.
What did you see from the elites today? I mean, oh my gosh, those guys took off so fast and it just stayed fast the whole time.
It's funny you say that. I'm in a bit of a cocoon up here at the start line, so I'm just getting text messages. I'm a track fan, I'm a running fan, I'm a running geek. I'd love to be able to watch it on your broadcast, but I see the winners. Sebastian Sawe, first-time participant, winner of the Peachtree. Hopefully he'll be back next year.
And what's been the best costume you've seen today? Honestly, it's hard to pick. I saw one person dressed up as the Statue of Liberty.
The contrarians I saw, I think, are the best ones. The red coats, the threesome of red coats that went down Peachtree Road here a few minutes ago.
Rich, thank you so much for joining me. And guys, I think it's really important to emphasize just how far back the Peachtree Road Race and Atlanta go.
It's hard to believe this 60,000-person, 6.2-mile run that takes over Atlanta each July 4th was once so small.
This is the picture of me heading towards the finish line in the very first Peachtree Road Race 1970. I'm just about to win it.
Jeff Galloway beat out just 149 other participants. An interview with the AJC afterward caused him to miss his ride back to his car.
I had to carry the trophy for 6.2 miles all the way back, but having won, it wasn't a problem.
And so the future looked bright, not just for Galloway, who went on to participate in the 1972 Olympics, but also for the Peachtree Road Race that has grown into the largest 10K in the world. But what happened between then and now? The Peachtree Road Race was founded by the late Tim Singleton, who also founded the Atlanta Track Club, a mainstay in the city's running community. A couple things helped the race grow. First, the 1970s running boom, which many attribute to American Olympian Frank Shorter taking gold in the marathon in 1972. The AJC became a sponsor in 1976, which brought more media promotion. The elite runners were highlighted, but the race was not portrayed as being only for professionals.
The running community of that day, which was very small, you pretty much knew everybody.
Amid all of this, a huge expansion came to the race by way of a whole new wave of female runners, with Title IX passing in 1972.
I ran the race in the early part of the 70s. At that time, there were 5 women in town who did these races. It was a very important part of my life. My name is Julia Emmons, and I'm the former director of the Peachtree Road Race. I took over in '85. I did not have a single possible qualification to take over one of the world's great road races. I think probably 90% thought I'd fail miserably, but then they could get a real person the next year to do it. But I didn't fail, and I was there for 22 years.
Her leadership in particular led to a huge leap from 25,000 runners to 40,000 in 1990.
It was like an awkward teenager. We were young, but we stood for something in town, and we wanted to honor that.
This year, that teenager turns 55. With the help of the Shepherd Center, the wheelchair division was founded in 1982. The first AJC Peachtree Jr. was held in 1987. Electronic timing for each participant started in 2009. Start waves by performance began in 2010, and the race cap hit 60,000 in 2011. Even COVID couldn't fully stop the road race, which went virtual on Thanksgiving in 2020. Atlantans might seem crazy for flocking to a place called Cardiac Hill, but the Peachtree Road Race has become a staple. It's not uncommon to bump into a mayor or senator on July 4th, to see crazy costumes, or even runners ages 10 to 99. And literally proposals, plus elite athletes doing their thing. Here's to 55 more years of running down Peachtree.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for booming Black culture, big modern business, and easy Southern living. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
At Ameris Bank, we're with you.
We're with you means we have a partnership.
We're here for the long haul.
Somebody who's going to be with you through the thick and the thin.
It sounds simple, but it's a little hard to find these days.
When you're starting your first checking account, when you're starting your own business, or buying a home.
Personally, commercially, corporately, whatever needs you have.
We take great care of our customers.
We're with you.
We're with you.
We're with you.
See how we can help you at amerisbank.com/withyou.
Today, we race. Tomorrow, let's take on the world. Explore a family of businesses where together we cross finish lines. Chart your next course with us.
I started working at Georgia Power because I wanted to serve the community that I live in. 15 years later, my wife and I both work here. We know energy costs are an important part of the budget for us and every family and business in Georgia. That's why Georgia Power has resources and tools that can help you manage your energy budget. And we'll keep working with our teammates to provide clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy for all of Georgia.
Let's get to work, fam. Turn it up.
Finish strong.
In the Sweetwater world, we like to say, where there's water, there's Sweetwater. It's in our name, it's in our brews, and it's in our veins. Saving more lakes, more rivers, more oceans, because our brewers know you can't have great beer without clean water. So whether it's salt water, fresh water, backwater, or high water, jump on in. The water's fine. Because where there's water, there will always be Sweetwater.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 55th annual AJC Peachtree Road Race, where we have been underway for the last 2 hours. We've already had our elite wheelchairs athletes on course, men and women, as well as our other men and elite men and women on course as well. They finished, and now the masses, 50,000 athletes are beginning to take the course. 25 waves of athletes will be running for the next several hours here as they enjoy a beautiful 4th of July here in Atlanta, Georgia. And hi, everybody. Welcome back. Once again, it's Lewis Johnson, and I am joined by Atlanta's own Monica Pearson. It is so great to be with you. It's been great to meet you and talk with you, and it'll be fun to be with you for the next 2 hours.
Well, I have enjoyed watching you while you were doing the trials in Oregon, and it was fun to learn about you being a runner.
Yes.
But you did 800 meters.
That's right. 2 laps.
You've never done the Peachtree.
I have not.
You know, I think you should do it at least once.
Do you think so?
Yes, at least once.
Were you talking about like next year, maybe, or
maybe next year? I think we could. But you look at this. When you think about something that started out with 150 people,
yes,
110 people finishing, and now we've got 150,000 people.
Incredible.
From 32 countries and what? All over the United States.
All over the United States. You know, I'll have to think about it, Monica. I'll have to go in some heavy thought before the heavy training would start. But right now, as we sit here together, I think 2 laps will be as far as I'm going to go, but I'll think about it, okay?
Well, let's take a look at the course that some of these folks have been running. And actually, all of our people along the route, Sarah Spencer and Greg Bluestein, our political reporter, sports reporter, on down Peachtree Street. Oh, you know, the one that gets you is the Cardiac Hill. That's where Mara Davis is. And then, of course, we come on around, and there we see our own Naja Parker, who's the AJC Black Cultural Reporter. And they have been all along the route. Now, I have run this 3 times in my life, but for the first time, we have Jennifer Gray telling us about the weather. She's inside. But for the first time, we've got Miss Spencer, who actually ran for the first time. Sarah Spencer's the AJC sports reporter.
Right.
She was crazy enough to tell her boss she wanted to try this. So how'd you do?
Hey guys, yeah, so I'm here at the starting line watching so many people run by, and I have been doing so much of that myself the last 10 weeks. My boss came to me a couple months ago and said, hey, would you want to help us host the road race? And I said, of course. And the first story idea that popped into my head, of course we want to cover the elite runners, but the first thing I thought of was actually about the beginners. What about busy parents who are training to run, people coming back from injuries, people who are just trying to get in better shape, which I fell into that category. So I started running 5 days a week for 10 weeks. And let me tell you, in a heat wave, that was not the easiest thing, but it'll help you get better in a hurry. And honestly, at the end of the day, my mile time was 8 minutes. I ended up surprising myself.
So I made the mistake of actually telling my boss my idea to see if I can train and run a 10K before July 4th. So unfortunately now I think I actually have to do it. I have been running about 5 days a week for a couple weeks now. You would not be able to tell from my results. The first time I tried, I couldn't run a mile. Finding the hardest part of starting to run is staying motivated when you're so bad at something.
I'm now the kind of person who owns legit running shoes. You think they'll let me expense these?
I am beginning to feel like my endurance is getting better, which will make you dread exercise way less. I am actually going to start leaving my running sidekick behind. I just feel like it's starting to get a little bit too hot for her. It's too hot for me too, which is why I've actually started running early mornings now. I got up at 7 a.m. to go running this morning. So I can safely say I don't even know who I am anymore. At this point, I can run about an 8-minute mile, which I'm actually really proud of. But that's mile 1. Man, does it go downhill from there. This is about week 9 or 10. I think I might enjoy running now. I still do not enjoy the heat. I finally feel like I might actually be able to do it. We've come a long way, let's just say that. Closing statement. I have so much respect for everyone who's doing that at like full speed. This is my reward. And it's not a bad one. I mean. Okay guys, so now that I am in a little bit of better shape, how about I go and run to the finish line and catch you guys there and see if I can get a look at this new epic Peachtree Road Race t-shirt. And Mara, what's going on your end?
Well, I'm excited to be with Kevin and Taylor for 104.7 The Fish. You guys are actually broadcasting live and running?
Yes, yeah, our listeners have to put up with us being out of breath.
How long have you been running the Peachtree?
Taylor's been doing it longer than me.
I think this is like my 15th, and Kevin...
Probably about 10 for me, yeah. And you were asking, are we going for a PR, a personal record? No, today it's a PW, personal worst.
Yes, we love stopping by the Shepherd Center and high-fiving everybody. They're our heroes,
Yep,
and it's just an inspiration out here.
Can you paint a picture? What's that like? Describe to me when you go over to the Shepherd Center and you see the people witnessing the race. What's that like?
It's like nothing you've ever seen. I tell them all, you're the heroes out
Right,
here. Keep
right.
it up. Your caregivers are the heroes. It may hurt for us for about an hour running, but they're the ones that are in it for the long haul to rehab.
And just seeing their smiles, that they're out, seeing everybody going by, it's so encouraging to them. So it's one of the best moments of the Peachtree.
Well, the two of you are so encouraging to Atlanta. Kevin and Taylor have been on the radio for over 20 years. This is a milestone. You have the longest run. We're going to go back to Lewis now. Thanks, you guys.
All right.
All right, Lewis and Monica, and you know what? It was really cool to see them out there. I love to see all the athletes and the celebrities who were competing and just having a great day out on the course.
And they were doing really well. I can remember there's a late reporter, Don McClellan, who would actually run this race with a camera and report.
All right. Well, as they continue, we had a wonderful first 2 hours. We had lots of excitement on the course. We had our elite athletes in the wheelchair divisions and both the men and women in the elite divisions. Let's take a quick look back at what happened earlier. We begin with the men's wheelchair, and there is American Daniel Romanchek on the start line with the other wheelers. And Romanchek was really going at it early there with Aaron Pike on the course. You see him there passing Aaron Pike, another great American and Olympian. But it was Romanchuk who was just so strong. Look at the power in his shoulders as he made his way and created that big gap. Look at the distance. Yeah, looking back, and I don't see anyone there. And Romanchuk will continue to roll well and strong and come to the finish line and finish to win his 7th Peachtree in 19 minutes and 37 seconds. So Daniel Romanchuk looking forward to another great summer, which will include the Paris Paralympics. That's coming soon. But the final results are Romanchuk winning in 1937. American Aaron Pike will also be a Paralympian, finishing in 2nd. And there you see the rest of our field on the men's side in the wheelchair. Well, the women were on course as well, our lady elite wheelers. And again, they were lined up early in the morning just as the sun came up. And they were off and rolling strong. Well, Susanna Scaroni there in the lead began to pull away, and she created a massive gap in the field. And Scaroni has so much experience on this course, and of course, one of the top wheelers in the world. And she would come across the finish line to win her 4th Peachtree, and she did it in a commanding performance. Scaroni finishing strong for win number 4 and her winning time of 21:39. Jenna Festmeyer, American, finishing in 2nd, along with Kendall Gretsch right behind her. And then you see the rest of the field here in what was a great women's wheelchair event. And then shortly after that, we were back at the starting line waiting for our women's elite field to take the course. A group of celebrated athletes there. She saw the masses behind waiting to take the course, but these women were really battling early. First, there was the group that got narrowed down to these 6, and then as they continued to move through the course, the competition was on. And then the sprint finished at the end. Look at that. Irina Cheptai on the right thought she had it, but here comes Stacy Ndiwa, who would pull up at the very end over the last steps, and Ndiwa will win it in her debut by 1 second. It was an unbelievable race to the finish. So Ndiwa finishing first and Cheptai finishing in second. A great race for the women. And boy, the competition was something else. And then the men were on course, of course. Several celebrated athletes here, including Sebastian Salwe, who was running his first Peachtree, one of the strongest road racers in the world here in Atlanta. And early on, it was Daniel Ebenyo who took the lead. You see him right there, and I mean, he had a big gap. At one point, you wondered if Salwe had granted him too much space. We had other athletes coming up from behind, but at one point, finally, Sebastian Salwe would come up right here and take a small lead, and he would turn that into a big lead. Sebastian Salwe, in his first Peachtree, would come to the finish line. Yeah, check your watch. You ran 28:03 to win. But look here, Ebenyo was coming from behind. It was almost there, and if another 10 meters, and Salwe may have been holding his hands up for second place. Somehow he does finish first. Ebenyo with a great close, finishing in second, made it for an exciting race. And you can see here there was a Kenyan sweep in the men's elite division with Salwe finishing in first, Ebenyo, Koech, Kip Koech, and Kibawat. Great racing on all the elite levels. And the women's elite race, as I mentioned earlier, that was Stacy Ndiwa finishing in 31:12. And then Irina Cheptai with that really fantastic, demanding close, finishing in 31:13. Look at the difference in time. I mean, they was just a split second between the two of them. Exciting, exciting finish on the women's side for sure. Well, with all that excitement there in the elite levels, and of course the masses here continuing to take the course, we've got to check in again with the mayor, and Monica has him. He is now finished. Monica?
Mayor Dickens, you look like you're a little out of breath.
Oh yeah, just ran 6.2 miles, 10 kilometers.
So what was your time?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to see. Everybody grabbed me right after the race, and I didn't even get a chance to see my time. So I'll find out in a little bit what my time is.
So what's the joy of doing the Peachtree?
The joy is running on the city's infamous street, Peachtree, and then coming towards Piedmont Park with 50,000 of our friends from all around the globe. I see people out there that are in the neighborhood races. I see elite runners out here. I see people that are business leaders, community leaders, fun, just folks out there having fun. The guys giving beer away, people giving high fives. So it shows Atlanta having fun, and I love that.
So how did you train? Because you are working 24/7.
Yeah, this year, unlike last year I trained and I ran right around an hour. This year, I'm probably around an hour and 5 minutes, hour and 7 minutes, because I had to stop and do interviews and high five. This year, I didn't practice as much because I had a lot going on in the city this year. And then I turned 50 about 3 weeks ago, so I had to, enjoy myself. So I'm running flat out this time. Just how I get out there is how it goes. I didn't even try.
When you look at the Peachtree Road Race and how it does bring the city together, what is the one thing you hope always continues with this race?
One, this race has to continue. It puts Atlanta on the national and international stage. This is the world's largest 10K. People from all over come, and folks are able to spend money in our city when they travel here, stay in our hotels, eat at our restaurants, spend money at our retail locations, but they also get to see the hospitality and the fun of the city of Atlanta. Plus, for me as the mayor, I spent a whole month with APD and AFRD and DPW and all the alphabet soup of GBI, FBI, everybody making sure that we were safe, that this race of 50,000 people could go on without a glitch. So today is a little bit of joy that I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning, got out here and ran knowing that everybody was going to have a good time.
So the next and final question, how are you going to recoup from this today?
Well, thank God for the Atlanta Weather Department that did a good job of, not letting us be too hot out here. And then I'm going to eat a bunch of barbecue today. So my weight when I started at 4 a.m. is not going to be my weight at 8 p.m. this evening, because I'm going to eat my way through the day. I got about 4 cookouts to go to, celebrating Independence Day here.
No massage?
I need a massage. You're right about that. I'm going to find me a massage parlor to go to, or somebody to take care of all this that I was running without too much stretching and preparation. So the city of Atlanta, don't look for me for the next 3 or 4 hours.
Mayor, thank you so much. And you need to go get your T-shirt.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. And to celebrate these racers that finished first, the wheelchair racers, all the elite folks. I'm so proud of them. And I'm so thankful for the Atlanta Track Club and the AJC for putting this on each year. And I'm proud of Atlantans getting out here. No matter if you walk, you jog, you run, you're in a wheelchair, you made it to the finish line, and I'm proud of you as Atlanta's mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Dickens.
Right,
now we're going to go to Mara Davis, who's along the route. And she has with her Protect the Okefenokee. Did he run in that costume?
Monica, our gator is doing really well today. And now Rena Adpeck is with us from the Georgia Rivers Network.
Thank you for having me, Mara. My heart beats here on Cardiac Hill for the wild heart of Georgia, Okefenokee Wilderness.
Well, why is this so important that we have awareness of the saving the Okefenokee?
Because the Okefenokee is the wild heart of Georgia. It is our biggest wilderness, and there's a mine that threatens to dewater the swamp.
Well, I want to know, since you know so much about all the rivers and the environment, what's the fastest reptile in the river?
Well, that would be this alligator, 30 miles per hour. That swamp gator is fast on the land and the water. It's going to get you.
I want to know, the swamp gator, if you saw a Georgia bulldog, how's that going down? All right, everybody, remember, keep our rivers safe. It's so great to see you. Everybody, now, are you going to...
Loves the Okefenokee. People are screaming out, save the swamp, Okefenokee.
That is true. People are screaming that, and that's great. Energy here is amazing. Yeah. Thanks so much for stopping by. We're tossing it over to Naja now.
I love her.
Hi everyone, we are back. As you know, there are several running groups participating in this race, and one of them is Black Girls Run. It was established in 2009, and the Atlanta chapter already has 20,000 members. Can you believe that? That's a lot of Black girls running. I am so lucky to have April next to me. She is an ambassador for Black Girls Run. How is the race going for you so far?
You know what, the race has been really good. This is one of those years it's a little bit warmer. Started off at about 75 degrees for the temperatures, but there's been a little bit of overcast, so it's been good. It's been really good.
Well, that's good to hear. I am not sweaty and hot like you, so I'm not trying to rub it in.
No, it's okay.
As you can see, I am not a Black girl who runs, but tell me what it means to be an ambassador for this organization.
You know what, being a member of Black Girls Run and just being able to lead a group of women that are just trying to live healthy lives is a big deal, and it means a lot, especially when you see in the Black community among women, especially having cardiovascular diseases. It's important for us to kind of work together as a community to support each other, especially when you're not really sure how to do it or if you're going to be that good at it, and having other people to push it. So it's really important to have a sense of community, and that's what Black Girls Run does.
I love that. The community aspect of it is really appealing to me. Another thing that's appealing, in addition to just the fitness journey, is how much you all prioritize mental health. Talk about why that's so important.
You know, especially post-pandemic, a lot of us were trying to find ways to still connect with each other. And being outside was a little bit easier than being inside and doing things. So we were still able to connect and be safe during that time. So it really supported our mental health during that time to be able to connect with people. But there were a lot of people that were still indoors that couldn't really have that sense of community. So Black Girls Run was still able to be on the pavement and be safe, and that has continued. When you are in a space where you can walk and talk some things out, you will start a race and it's like, oh my goodness, all these anxieties or all these things that are going on, but you have your running or walking partner and you can talk those things out.
Well, we love that. We want to learn a little bit more about Black Girls Run. So take a look at this package and you can find out just how much this group has impacted these women.
morning. Good morning. Every year y'all fascinate me because I'm like, do we still need the Peachtree Road Race training? I don't think we need the training. I think we need the fellowship. That's what we keep coming back for. So I am always so happy to see you all.
I didn't have any examples growing up of running and exercise and fitness.
BTR, baby.
Yeah.
No one in my family exercises. They call me the exercise crazy girl.
Pay attention to the sidewalks, please. No injuries.
I just ran my first half marathon. My friends from Black Girls Run were there to support me at mile 7. That was very, very encouraging.
To show up for and with these ladies is a monument. Glad to see you. Yes. Whenever you're ready, we're ready.
Wait a minute. Talk, pay attention now.
Black Girls Run was established in 2009. It has exploded into this. Atlanta's current roster is about 20,000 members.
Everyone was very welcoming. I think that's what kept me coming back. Y'all are really good about teaching me how to actually run.
I work in law enforcement, and I was at work one day. They did a 1.5 mile run, and I was sucking wind. And I was like, this is not the way that this is supposed to be. I need to figure out a way to be better at running, and decided to come out on Stone Mountain one time and just fell in love.
I was in the military and I hated running, and I did my first marathon 8 months after joining Black Girls Run because of the camaraderie and the support.
Good job.
You think about so many Black women looking for a safe space and recognizing that the founders saw an opportunity to create that safe space.
Nice. Nice.
I was 16 and my mother had a stroke. She never fully recovered from it. She has always said, take care of yourself.
The biggest difference that I've seen in myself is just the consistency. Mental health has just been like top priority, and we do a mental health check-in because the movement is half the battle.
Sierra has become such a great friend that I call her up and be like, I'm having a tough time today. Don't make me cry. I use food as a crutch. Instead of reaching for cake or ice cream or alcohol, I can call up anyone and say, who can meet for a run? They don't care if you're fast or slow.
Your race, your pace. Even if you're going through some emotional things, you could talk it out on the pavement and be fine by the time you're done with your walk or run.
And it brings me out of feeling alone here in this big Atlanta city. You're never alone.
For those that are new to running or are scared to start, you got to trust us, and you're not going to know until you come out.
$20,000 young women. Well, we're back at the Peachtree Road Race, but it's more than just a race. It's Peachtree with a purpose. 10 local charities selected runners to raise $5,500 for their causes. That's $55,000 or more. Among them, Atlanta Habitat for Humanity, Boys and Girls Club Metro Atlanta, Chattahoochee River Keepers, and of course the Empty Stocking Fund. 10 charities are going to benefit from a list of runners. And you can see all these charities at ajc.com/Peachtree with a purpose. And stick around. Coming up, Senator Warnock is going to join us. He really ran the race.
For the proud peach farmers and the savvy Peachtree commuters. For booming Black culture and big modern business. For the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
Today, we race. Tomorrow, let's take on the world. Explore a family of businesses where together we cross finish lines. Chart your next course with us.
This is not the first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands that every BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine?
Take advantage of exceptional offers on the BMW electrified fleet.
The need for heart care can arise when we least expect it. When you look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute, you're never alone. With a leading care team of 100 physicians in more than 55 locations, you get the expertise and quality treatment you can only find at Northside, with advanced cardiovascular services and unwavering support. Because we're with you every step of the way. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
This summer, get your 4th of July delivered. The Home Depot has free delivery on over 2 million items. Fast, same-day delivery from our store to your door. Get 4th of July delivered your way at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to the 55th Atlanta Journal-Constitution and, of course, the Atlanta Track Club Peachtree Road Race. I am joined by Senator Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock. I have to get all those titles
Listen,
in.
you're calling me all of those names after that race. Call me for some pancakes. I don't care what you call me. I just need some pancakes.
So how many times have you done this?
I ran my first race while I was running my first Senate race. So this is my 4th race.
So why did you decide to do that during your first run, literally?
I think all of that running, just got me in the spirit. Do you know how I trained for this?
I was going to ask you that next.
I have a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. So running after them puts me in good shape.
That's not true. They may keep you running. But how did you manage to train when you consider you're running Ebenezer Baptist Church, you are in the Senate? How are you doing it? How did you train?
Well, this helps me to do that, right? Trying to stay, relatively healthy and fit. It's hard work because, as you point out, I've got a lot of priorities. I've got 2 big jobs and
3
2 small children.
Yeah.
And so that keeps me busy. But health is wealth.
So how did you train, literally?
Look, not as much as I'd like. Honestly, I don't do a lot of running. I'm more of a cyclist than a runner, and I try to work out. And consistency, that's the challenge that many of us have. But I keep working on it. And I always feel better. I tell you, the more I ran today, the better I felt. There's nothing like the endorphins from running.
What's the comparison of running for office and running in this race? What are the similarities?
I think you got a lot more control out here with the marathon. Not the marathon, with the 10K. Certainly a lot more control with this kind of race.
When you see this many people running in the race, and you are a pastor at heart, what is the message you would want to give to them?
I was thinking about that when I was running. You got a sea of humanity out here, a diverse crowd, variegated in our humanity, all ages, races, people literally from all over the world. And everybody's out here doing their personal best. You want to be okay, but because you're running, at least people thinking about it right, we're cheering each other on. I saw total strangers who were cheering each other on, people holding up signs saying, keep going. And I think that's a beautiful model of citizenship on July 4th. We ought to be doing our best to contribute, doing our personal best. We all want our families to do well. We want to prosper. But we should also be cheering other people on, because if everybody's okay, then I'm going to be okay as well.
So that seems like a good sermon.
I'm a preacher. Sorry about that.
No, I think that's the point of it, being able to include the athleticism with the spirituality. What was the hardest thing for you on the route today?
Look, there are moments when I got tired, and someone was holding up a sign. Literally, at one point, I was getting tired, and there was a sign that said, "Never give up, never stop," and that got me moving.
So how does that work in politics? Never give up.
In times like this, you got to keep pressing on. And I always take the long view. You know, there are seasons when you have seasons of difficulty, but you keep the long view that there were other folk running long before you were running. This is the 55th race. You know, this is not the first race. This is our turn, our season. We've got to keep it going. And I know our country's going through a difficult time right now. It's a very fraught moment. But we've been through tough times before. We made it through the pandemic. We've made it through times of war and peace. We've got to keep cheering each other on, keep pressing, keep enduring, keep the faith, never give up.
Last question. How are you going to recuperate from this today?
I'm going to go have some pancakes.
Senator Warnock,
and
thank you.
Take a long bath.
Take a long bath, and you need a massage.
That's right. That sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Keep the faith. Thank you.
So now we're going to turn over to my buddy Lewis. The senator's in really good shape. He's run 4. We can't even get you to run 1.
Oh, and now it's really on. The pressure's really on now. Senator Warnock has put the pressure on me, and I may have to accept because I'm impressed with what he did today for sure.
Okay.
Especially handling all those big jobs, right?
And the weather today has been perfect.
It has been great as we continue to see the masses, Monica, continue to pour across the finish line. 50,000 people. We still have waves leaving the starting line, making their way here to where we are at the finish line area. And as we do that, as the day continues to progress, as the weather warms up a little bit, we should get another quick check of the weather, and let's check in with Jen on that.
Hey guys, yeah, I would consider today a win as far as the weather goes. We didn't have any storms to dodge. It is a little soupy out there, and the humidity is going to be a factor, especially as we go into this afternoon. But for the racers, they really got pretty lucky considering Atlanta in July. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Right now, temperatures about the same, approaching that 80-degree mark as we go throughout the rest of the morning into the early afternoon. The heat index is really going to come into play where we could start to feel like close to 100 degrees before noon, and then triple digits is what it'll feel like as we go into the early afternoon. We've stayed dry during the race. We will possibly deal with a couple of pop-up showers if you have plans later this afternoon, especially in northern sections of Metro, so we'll be watching closely that. We also have a heat advisory in effect for this afternoon from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. where temperatures could feel close to 105, maybe even as high as 109. So that's something to deal with as well. The Braves are hosting the San Francisco Giants this afternoon. Temperatures are going to be warm. It's going to be hot out there. 91 degrees by 7 o'clock. Temperatures slowly starting to cool, but again, factoring in that heat index between the 5 and 7 o'clock hour, it could feel like 105 to 107. So make sure you stay hydrated. Hopefully you have seats in the shade. And then the rest of the evening, fireworks going on all over town. We have temperatures close to 90 degrees by 7 and then slowly starting to trail off. But it looks like we should, for the most part, stay rain-free. I think it's going to be a relatively nice evening. May have a couple of spotty showers out there, but especially across Metro, south of Metro, we should stay pretty dry throughout much of the evening hours. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Well, I love this, taking selfies along the route.
Of course. Got to do that.
Well, one thing I've noticed is that I keep teasing Lewis about running in the race. But I want you all to know you can sign up now. Don't forget to sign up for next year's Peachtree. Registration opens today. Now, it's only open for a limited time. So, Lewis, you have until July 11th to actually sign up. The lottery will return next year in 2025. Now, if you're interested to register, it's atlantatrackclub.org for more information, atlantatrackclub.org.
All right, so the pressure continues to ratchet up on me to sign up. Thanks to you and Pastor Warnock. We'll be right back.
Today, we race. Tomorrow, let's take on the world. Explore a family of businesses where together we cross finish lines. Chart your next course with us.
Hey,
My name is Jared. And this is Matt. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Maple Pepper Bacon Sandwich is that sweet and savory flavor combo. It just takes the sandwich to a whole new level. I love the grilled chicken because of how juicy it is. It has that perfect smoked flavor.
And then the crunch of the pickles and the sweet heat that they bring just kind of ties it all together.
And that crispy sweet bacon, it adds so much flavor.
The bacon ties in amazing with the warm, soft bun. You can really taste the sweetness in every bite.
The maple bun is bringing the fun.
Real customers paid for their testimonials.
All right, Orange Theory, let's turn it up.
All right, Orange Theory, looking awesome. Keep it up. Shut it down.
In the Sweetwater world, we like to say, where there's water, there's Sweetwater. It's in our name, it's in our brews, and it's in our veins. Saving more lakes, more rivers, more oceans, because our brewers know you can't have great beer without clean water. So whether it's salt water, fresh water, backwater, or high water, jump on in. The water's fine. Because where there's water, there will always be Sweetwater.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the proud peach farmers and the savvy Peachtree commuters, for booming Black culture and big modern business, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
You're looking at wonderful pictures of the racers coming in, having crossed the finish line, and many of them are taking a deep breath and grabbing for water, personal best. Well, one man who's responsible for a lot of these folks coming out today is with me right now, Mr. Arif Kazi.
How you doing?
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Same here.
I'm going to put this down a little bit. You were the Peachtree Invite Challenger winner. You got 40 people.
Yes, 40 people to sign up.
And how many of them actually raced?
Actually, I would say majority raced.
How did you talk them into it?
Well, I just had to say this 4th of July race is the best race in the world. It's the largest 10K. You have to do it. It's so exciting. You have to do it. So that's it. And I've been trying to get people into running the race since 2010 when I first ran the race.
And why did you run it the first time?
Oh, just one of my goals, 10K, and I heard it's the largest 10K happening in Atlanta. I had to run it, so.
But you did more than that. You've actually started the Atlanta Muslim Running Club.
Yes, Atlanta Muslim Running Club, and that was about 2015. I first ran this race while fasting for Ramadan. And, fast, no water, no food the whole time. And after the race, maybe 11, 12 hours later, I got to break my fast. So that kind of caught attention to my community, and they said, hey, you got to do something about it. I'm like, okay, let's go. So I started a running club with my friend Amar Omar, and we said, okay, let's work towards getting the Muslim community into healthy physical activities and better lifestyle. So that's how we started.
And I know some of the women run in the hijab.
Hijab, yes. They do wear the hijab. Even in the heat, they're wearing hijab to be modesty, and they're doing great. They finished the race. We have several of them today who ran.
You are very proud, and you have every reason to be, but you had an extra special thing in terms of your involvement with the Peachtree today at the starting line.
Yes, I got to, for Wave C, I was the official starter, so I got to wave. You never get to do that, so that was awesome. And thank you so much to the Atlanta Track Club for letting me do that.
So what do you want people who are watching to remember about this day and the community we see on that road race?
Yeah, I mean, it's the 4th of July. It's the best day in the world for Americans who are raised and born here. Just get up early in the morning, come to the race, and run the race, right? That's it. And you have people from all over the world and just celebrating the independence of this country. So I'm proud to be American. I'm proud to run this race every year. I don't miss it at all.
And we're proud to have you a part of the Peachtree Road
All right,
Race.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And so now let's go back to Lewis. And Lewis, what's going on the road race right now?
Well, Monica, we still have so many finishers coming across. It's great to see them on this beautiful July 4th morning. Everybody's still finishing. You see them in beautiful costumes. We got some American flags. And again, the waves and waves of folks coming from all over the country and 32 countries around the world here in Atlanta competing on this storied course. And of course, the Atlanta Track Club, wow, they really do it all, putting on this monumental task. And it's really a labor of love for the Atlanta Track Club. They're an organization that unite and inspire runners of all stripes. So why don't we take a moment and meet the awesome folks who keep Atlanta running.
Runners, set, go, 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 go!
I truly believe that there's a transformational power that comes from running and walking. And I've seen it through adults taking up the sport. I've seen it through young people falling in love with the sport for the very first time, in the way that it connects people, and also in the way that they learn how to pursue excellence in themselves. My name is Eric Heinz. I work here at Atlanta Track Club. Atlanta Track Club is a 60-year-old mission-based, member-based nonprofit organization focused on making Atlanta healthier through running and walking.
Want to do a marathon relay, but you could divide up your team any way you wanted to.
We host more than 40 events and programs a year, ranging from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race all the way down to our Kilometer Kids programs.
We also put on a sports race with every single major sports team in Atlanta. My name is Natalie Cabañas. I am the Director of Marketing and Communications at Atlanta Track Club. So we have our race with the Atlanta Braves.
You were all set. This is my first 5K. Excited to get out in the Braves Stadium and experience all of that.
We have many different relationships, many different partnerships out in the community.
Atlanta Track Club was the founders of the Peachtree Road Race. Tim Singleton, one of the patriarchs of Atlanta Track Club, decided one day to have a little run down Peachtree, as he called it. And way back then in 1970, he pulled it off. And since then, Atlanta Track Club has been at the forefront of making this race happen. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race has many divisions of competition. So those range from the wheelchair division and the push assist division on one side to the high school elites.
The elite high school division is an opportunity to involve high schoolers in the Peachtree Road Race. Hello. What's up? I'm Sarah Burrell. I am the organizer of the elite high school division of the Peachtree Road Race. I had this idea, like, why isn't there a high school division? Why isn't that an actual thing? I think it will set a lot of them up to get excited for college running and maybe go pro one day. And it's cool knowing that you have a whole organization behind you supporting you.
We are all about creating a community where you are celebrated no matter what your pace is and no matter how you get across that finish line. The individuals that are in this building give 100% all the time. We had one person dedicated on staff for years that would save each one of the shirts. She labeled them in each one of these boxes. Despite how many hours we might work, we all believe in creating an active and healthy Atlanta. We believe in getting people moving.
We want these folks to have a relationship with us and to have a relationship with the city and this race and this tradition that's near and dear to so many of us. We want them to be a part of the Peachtree Road Race, Atlanta's greatest 4th of July tradition.
The Atlanta Track Club with 30,000 members. And Jeff Galloway won the very first race. And there's a quote of his I want to share with you. He said, "We are designed to run, and we increase our daily happiness when we do."
How about that? That is apropos for today, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, we have so many great stories out there on the course and people having fun. And Naja, once again, has caught somebody else out there to talk to. Naja, who do you have?
Man, I have Adam and Rose with me. They are on the tail end of this course. We're right here at the bend, and Adam and Rose are almost done with this race. How's it going for you so far?
It's been quite the time today. We enjoy doing this every year. We look forward to it. This is like the highlight of our July 4th holiday. It starts things just right. So when you get home, you can eat all you want because you burned off all the calories.
Okay, now I gotta ask you, what is on the menu for 4th of July? You talking about eating? I'm getting hungry.
Well, right as we speak, I have a cowboy steak smoking on my grill that'll be done when we get home.
I'm gonna need your address because that's where I need to be after the race. Now tell me a little bit more about your experience with the race. Is this your first time running it or have you done it before?
Oh, absolutely not. My wife has been running it longer than I have. I think I got involved maybe 10 years ago, but I think she has like 15, almost 20 years experience. Took me a while to join her.
Now, Rose, I have to come to you. I must. How did you get your husband to join you on this race?
Well, I was leaving him at home year after year on the sofa, and he realized that it was fun. So I said, okay, I'm going to get you a ticket this year. And we can't stop now. He wants to go every year. And I keep saying, this is my last race. But I think this year might be my last race.
Well, if it is your last race, it seems like you're doing a great job and you're having so much fun doing it. How exactly did you prepare for your last race?
Just got hydrated. Just stay hydrated.
Yeah. Stayed on the treadmill every day, just getting the muscles acclimated and ready to do 6.2 miles or whatever, So you got to prepare yourself.
Well, y'all are certainly troopers. I admire you from a distance. Maybe next time. Well, thank you all so much. Back to you all.
Thank you, Naja. I love that couple. They're having a great time. But this is just the beginning of the day. There's still so much to see and do on this 4th of July. So here's a look at some of the activities going on around the city. The Peachtree's just the beginning. We've got fireworks in Sandy Springs. They're also going to have live music, food trucks, big fireworks show, and then fireworks are planned for the cities of Chamblee, Stone Mountain, Decatur, Marietta, Norcross, Peachtree City, Lilburn, Kennesaw, and Dunwoody. So go out and enjoy the festivities with the fireworks. You can go to AJC.com to get a list of everything. But there's something else going on too, Lewis.
Absolutely. I think the fireworks and everything sound great, but there's also a baseball game in town. So the Atlanta Braves are hosting the Giants tonight at 7:20 p.m. at Truist Park. And there's going to be a pregame concert with Brian Martin. That's presented by CMT. And of course, that huge fireworks show that you mentioned, there'll be one after the game as well. You can log on to AJC.com for a full list of all the activities on the 4th of July here in Atlanta. Going to be a great evening for sure. All right, the runners continue to pour across the finish line, and we'll continue to catch up with them when we come back.
This is not open. This is not what I ordered. You're late on your load. I said I'm sorry. You're bringing in tea. It won't be cheap. You don't use it anymore. Your card has been cancelled.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
At Ameris Bank, we're with you.
We're with you means we have a partnership.
We're here for the long haul.
Somebody who's going to be with you through the thick and the thin.
It sounds simple, but it's a little hard to find these days.
When you're starting your first checking account, when you're starting your own business or buying a home.
Personally, commercially, corporately, whatever needs you have.
We take great care of our customers.
We're with you.
We're with you.
We're with you.
See how we can help you at amerisbank.com/with you.
This summer,
get your 4th of July delivered. The Home Depot has free delivery on over 2 million items. Fast, same-day delivery from our store to your door. Get 4th of July delivered your way at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race. You've been working since 6 o'clock this morning, but you've been up since 4 o'clock, Lewis. You've been here since 4. But you can see the park, Piedmont Park, is full of people, and the sun just came out appropriately at the end of the race, because we'd had sun like this in the beginning, we'd have a lot of folks falling out.
Yeah, folks would have been in trouble for sure. So that is why we have everybody out here so early. And so after all the elite athletes have been on the field, of course, and of course these 25 waves of athletes, the final wave has already left. So everyone is on course. And the very last person to actually leave the starting line area is that man right there. He is our fabulous PA announcer, Ronell Blackman. And so he is putting the mic down, and he will go to the starting line and be the last person in this 55th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race to take the course. So Ronell, we're waiting for you to get out there and begin your run. And officially the last person to leave. And again, just really exemplifying this massive event of 50,000 people competing at this massive race every year here in Atlanta.
And what's so exciting about this for him, he not only gets to tell all the information about the people at the starting line, he gets people hyped up for the race,
right?
And then he gets to run the race. And I wonder what his personal best time has been.
Yeah.
Because when you think you're using that diaphragm, using that voice during the entire time, when you're getting people hyped, and then he's got to run 6.2 miles.
Right. I have a feeling for Ronell it's going to be kind of an exhale moment. He's been working since early this morning.
Just like
He's been out here since all of us. So he'll finally get out there and get on the course. It's like maybe getting in your car and you get that peace of mind where it's just you and you're in the vehicle. It's just him and his vehicle, his physical body running on the race, and he can kind of let it out and just sort of enjoy it until he hits Cardiac Hill.
Until he gets Cardiac Hill. So I've got to ask you, as a person who ran for so many years competitively and also in Europe, when you heard that starting bang, you know, the race was off.
Yes.
Did you feel like you could do it? There's Ronell coming out.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a sound that you never forget. You never forget that, Monica, where you hit that starting gun. And so now Ronell Blackman getting his little early strides in, and he's on his way. So, yeah, the starting gun is something that you never forget. And it is kind of a cool sound. And again, working around track and field, as I'm fortunate to do with my colleagues, you love hearing that sound and seeing the race start, of course, and whatever develops is all part of the drama that we love to experience.
Well, you know, one of the great track and field stars from Atlanta is Gwen Torrance.
Absolutely.
And she's a buddy. And I was telling her, you know, about the race, and she said every time she hears it, she immediately goes into pose to get ready to run. So that's the reason I asked you that question.
Gwen Torrance was and is in my mind forever a star.
Yeah.
We were on the circuit at the same time in Europe, and so I watched her train, I watched her compete, I watched the world really embrace her, not just in America, but around the world. Everybody loved Gwen because she was such a fierce competitor, right? She brought it every night on the track. I didn't care if we were in Rome or if we were in Zurich, in some little tiny town like Pisa, Italy. She always brought the competition. And again, a fierce competitor, but really a sweetheart off the track.
And she still is a sweetheart. And, you know, she owns her hair salon company here now and has transitioned into that phase of her life. But there you see so many people out running, young, old, black, white. It's the one time the city is truly united. So along the way on our route, we have Mara Davis, who has been stationed up by the Episcopal Church with Dean Candler. So Mara, what's going on in your spot right now?
Well, I'm actually kind of up the street from him, but Reverend Sam Candler does an incredible thing with the Cathedral of St. Philip. He does a blessing of all the runners, and it really goes to what you were just saying, Monica. This is a situation where everybody is united, and we are all fired up and doing this together. And I can really see that, you guys, just with the runners. I know you can see that behind me. I mean, there is just so much patriotism here, people having a great time. I don't know you guys need to get ready because I saw a sexy Santa and Mrs. Claus. Like, I saw like a really fit Santa, and you know what? I'm into it. There's a lot of fun stuff going on. Now, I love to MC things, and Ronald Blackman was the MC at the very beginning at the Oasis, and he did such a great job. He is just full of energy, and you have to have this today when you're starting this early in the morning, and it's hot, but we're doing a woo-woo, God bless America, woo! I love a wooer. It's great. Everybody's wooey. See? All you got to say is woo, and they just do it. That's what's fun. And this is after they've come on after Cardiac Hill. So remember, Cardiac Hill is just the... So these people here are just so excited for number 1 to finish, get the t-shirt. Number 2, get their fruit. Number 3, get that amazing meal to burn off all they've earned the calories. You might as well have something delicious. A hot dog, apple pie. Nothing is more American than the Peachtree Road Race. I'm having so much fun. Ronald Blackman is going to be coming here in just a few minutes. I also have some food influencers. Because if you're running, you got to talk about food, right, you guys? Back to you.
Well, the one thing you didn't mention, Mara, potties. Porta potties. You need those two after that race.
And I think there are like 900 of them around here on the course, so everybody's got plenty of porta potties ready for them. I mean, Mara brings the energy, doesn't she?
She does.
It's so exciting out there to see her.
So now we're going to go into the park where Sarah has finally arrived. She didn't bring Millie with her. But Sarah, who have you met in the park that you want to share with us? Well, we're having some technical difficulties with her microphone, but you're here at the finish line. If you look, you can just about see us sitting up in this booth.
Yeah, and the white tent just to the left of screen, that's exactly where we are.
You know, 91% of the people who participate in this race are from Georgia. But let's talk about what happens after everybody's off the race course. They say by the time cleanup is finished today, more than 20,000 hours will be logged by more than 4,000 volunteers. And we've talked so much about the runners, but none of this would be possible without the volunteers. So we've got more than 4,000 volunteers, 125 crew chiefs in putting on the 2024 Peachtree. And you can see all the different companies that are involved, from Atlanta's hometown airline, Delta. Right. But, you know, today it's just a party. And we should say we are surrounded by a fabulous crew.
Agreed. Everybody has done a fantastic job with minimal sleep in the early hours, and shout out to everybody here on stage, in our truck, and around the city who made it happen. And we'll continue with this coverage when we come back.
This is not open. This is not what I ordered. You're late on your load. I said I'm sorry. Are you bringing in tea? It won't be cheap. You don't visit anymore. Your card has been cancelled.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for booming Black culture, big modern business, and easy Southern living. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
I started working at Georgia Power because I wanted to serve the community that I live in. 15 years later, my wife and I both work here. We know energy costs are an important part of the budget for us and every family and business in Georgia. That's why Georgia Power has resources and tools that can help you manage your energy budget. And we'll keep working with our teammates to provide clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy for all of Georgia.
Today, we race. Tomorrow, let's take on the world. Explore a family of businesses where together we cross finish lines. Chart your next course with us.
Piedmont Park is a place to be after you compete because look at that. You've got some food, you've got plenty of beverages, and a place to put your feet in some cool water after a hot run here on the 4th of July. That is a place to be for sure. And of course, there'll be plenty of folks to greet you there. And let's check in with Sarah again, who is catching up with some of the folks who ran today. Hey, Sarah.
Hey guys, I'm here at Piedmont Park as people wrap up the Peachtree Road Race. There are so many cool stories to be told. One of those is Rachel and Michael Biederman, who I have with me. Tomorrow is their 11-year anniversary, and they run the Peachtree Road Race every year to celebrate their anniversary. Rachel, I got to start with you. Just what does it mean to have that kind of tradition?
Well, we like to think it's a nice metaphor for marriage. There's uphills and downhills, but it's always nice to do it together.
You know, it was a little hot this year. I was disappointed we didn't win. We finished about, 30 minutes behind the winner. So, we'll try to do better next year.
What is it like running together as a couple?
Oh, this is the only race that he'll actually run with me. He's much faster than I am. So it's a tradition that we hold hands while we cross the finish line, and we enjoy it.
And can I get you to hold up the T-shirt? And what do you guys think of it? It's a nice dry fit, which is good on a hot day.
I could use a dry fit right now. It's lovely.
Yeah, it's great. It's a cool blue color and a, really nifty, kind of complex design.
You guys are local, so you just have literally a quick walk back to your house. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Amazing job. Congrats on finishing the road race. Thank you guys. Lewis, back to y'all.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And happy anniversary to the couple. 11 years, that's nice. Well, there was another race that was yesterday, and that was the Peachtree Junior race. This is a fun race. It's held here at Piedmont Park, and it's only 1 mile, but it is a timed mile. And that timed mile is for 6 to 14-year-olds. And they also cross the adult finish line. So, they really get to feel like they've been in the big race. And this is preparation later on. And then there's also a thing called a dash. The dash is for youngsters who are 6 years of age and under. As you can see, they turned out in numbers. And they ran and ran and ran. I love it. Again, it's 1 mile for 6 to 14-year-olds. And here we're going to take a look at the winners. And the boys' winner, here he is, coming up for a short interview.
All right, Nick, you won here last year. You came back and cracked the tape again.
Yes, ma'am. It was a great experience both years. Felt great. Once you get up that hill off the road and you can see that finish line, it's a really great feeling. And both years I've had the Peachtree the next day, so I've been taking it a little bit easier, but still a very great experience here, and I've loved it both years.
What is it about this? It's not just the race. There's just a whole experience.
A whole different experience. It's just amazing experience. Microsoft and Adidas put it on very well.
Yeah. What are you going to do tomorrow in the race? What's the goal?
I'm running with a teammate, and the goal is get the top 500 cup in PR. So. Awesome. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Nick Bignan, 2-time winner of Peachtree Junior. Good luck tomorrow. All right, Kayla, so big day today. You won the Peachtree Junior overall. Can you tell us how the race went?
It went really well, and as I was going down the hill, I was like, okay, I got less than a mile. I'm almost done. And then when I crossed the line, I felt really proud of myself because it was a long mile, it felt like, but I had really a lot of fun.
What was it like when you made that turn on 10th Street and you had that downhill and you saw Betsy Ross and Uncle Sam at the finish line?
When I turned the corner, I was like, whew, I'm starting to get a little tired, but as I was picking up my arms, I knew that I was going to make it. So.
Will you be coming back next year?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome job today. Our winner of the Peachtree Junior.
How nice is it? And what I love is, the youngsters, but we need to mention the oldest runner, the oldest man,
yes,
is 90 years old, Thomas Lanier, and the oldest woman is Betty Lindbergh. She is 99 years old. I want to know her secret. We're going to talk about her a little later.
Unbelievable. 99.
I know, 99.
That's something.
I want to know how she preserved her knees. But anyway, the goal is to get the T-shirt. And the T-shirt that's the prettiest one, I think, so far. They used to not have T-shirts. I remember, I think it was 1995 they started giving out the T-shirts. Or that's when it began the competition. That's when the competition began. Because before then, when they were giving out T-shirts, they were kind of like, There was one real ugly one. And I can't remember whether or not I have that one. But I have 3.
You have 3? I don't have any. And I could keep the one that I saw earlier in the show.
So we're going to take a look at the first amateur winner who got one, because Lewis didn't get one. But Lewis is going to get one because he's going to run 1 year.
Oh my gosh.
And
I
maybe
guess I'm
by
gonna have
then
to
my
think about
knees
this.
will be replaced and I can run with you.
Okay. Well, there is the first amateur to cross after all of our elite athletes. And so, yes, the honor of finishing first as the first amateur means you get that. So the T-shirt designs were 4 or 5, I think, and then everybody got to vote. And when I saw that design, I'm like, yeah.
That's a great
That is
shirt.
a great design and a great T-shirt. So, again, I've seen it. I've touched it. I put one arm into it. And, I mean, then they took it back.
You got to earn it.
Well, I mean, doing this race, is it like part of the way I could earn it?
I told you before, there was this great guy, Don McClellan, who would run the race and report at the same time.
Yes.
You are a world-class athlete. You can do that.
Well, I love that. I consider myself, I was a world-class athlete, but you're saying I still am. So you guys see this. I mean, Monica's putting this press. She handed me my phone earlier and said, sign up before the time ends. So I'm gonna have to talk to somebody about this before I make this decision.
So while he's thinking about it, we're gonna let our viewers see the story of the T-shirt and how it became a reality.
All right, let's do that.
Our storage/archive area. The Peachtree T-shirt design contest wasn't always a part of the tradition of the Peachtree. It happened by accident, so to speak. Historically, there wasn't even a T-shirt during the very first finishes of the race. It didn't come about until after Tim Singleton, one of the original finishers, went to the Boston Marathon and saw that there was T-shirts for sale there and got inspired. The next year he came back, and that was when the first T-shirt was, 1971. Over the first couple of years, the T-shirt design was the same. So this is 74 and 75. You can see very similar. All of the shirts would be in boxes at the finish line. The secret of what the shirt looked like, what the color was, it kind of happened by chance. The anticipation of what the T-shirt might look like. During the mid-'80s. It was the 25th anniversary of the race, and there was a design that was put on the shirt that was known best as the pumpkin. Most people reached out to Atlanta Track Club afterwards and gave their feedback that it wasn't something that they liked. As the story goes, people were so outraged by this design, they didn't want to wear the shirt, that they ended up throwing it into the front yard of the Atlanta Track Club office. You can tell just how passionate people have been about the T-shirt over the years. After the outrage of the 25th anniversary shirt, Julia Emmons, the executive director at the time, decided that she had had enough of designing the T-shirt, and she said she was going to leave it up to the public.
The T-shirt was already iconic and important and a status symbol for anybody who ran in town. Earning the shirt mattered a lot. The city had already fallen in love with us. We wanted to honor that.
I would say this year, when we were all voting, I mean, we felt like this was the richest pool of designs that we had seen in a long time. The Peachtree T-shirt design is a secret until race day. It is a deep Atlanta tradition. It is coveted, it is wanted, it is only given to those that actually cross the finish line.
Seems like everybody has a t-shirt but me, but we'll leave that for another day. That is a great tradition here at the Peachtree Road Race since 1995, that t-shirt contest, and again, another great design here that our amateur winner was able to get. As we continue to see, look at that, hands up in the air saying, hey, I did it. Yes, you did. You finished strong, and so a lot of athletes still out there on the race course doing their thing, and it's time now to go back out and let's catch up with Mara, who has the real food stalker. I can't wait to hear this.
Okay, so Lewis, this is the thing. This is Justin Brown. Justin, good to see you.
Hey, nice to see you. Nice to be here.
Okay, so if you go on Instagram and you look up the real food stalker, this guy has about 500,000 followers, and you have the greatest gig ever just trying food. But before we get to that, this is your first Peachtree. Why did you decide to do this?
Family, health, and just wanted to just get up early and do something, and this happened to be it for the 4th of July. This is where you need to be at.
I mean, look at this guy. He eats ribs, macaroni and cheese, and egg rolls all the time, and your body is great.
Wait a minute now. I'm about to eat a peach. She named all the stuff, but look, I eat fruit sometimes.
No, wait, don't eat it yet. Okay, because now Justin's, his tagline on his Instagram, which is my favorite thing ever.
You ready?
Yes.
You gotta give these folks a try.
Okay, now review that peach.
When in Georgia, you got to give this peach a try.
Everybody should follow Justin. What are you eating tonight after the race?
I think I'm gonna be at Frankie's. I think I'm gonna do a steak tonight.
Ooh.
You know, if they open, if they're not open, then I'm making a steak.
Well, I mean, I think, you've got 2 miles left. What's your review so far? You having a great time?
I'm having a great time. I'm doing a lot better than I thought I was gonna do.
I know. I've been getting texts from the real food stalker on the way, like, I don't know where I am, but you're doing it. And that peach looks pretty good.
Man, this peach is fueling me right now. I'm gonna make. Hey, I'm just so happy y'all had me on. Like, you don't understand it. Like, and if they don't follow me, you should follow me. Why? Because you want to know all the good spots to eat at.
No, it's really true. I'm such a fan. And that is the beauty of the Peachtree Road Race. And it's so nice to meet you in person, or as they say, IRL. Back to you guys.
Love it. Oh my goodness, that peach looks so juicy and delicious. Well, we've got someone here who's normally chasing the politicians, but today he's running with the politicians, talking about Greg Bluestein. Of course, he is our political reporter, best known also for Politically Georgia. You got the shirt.
I got the shirt. I feel like I well deserved the shirt today.
So how long did it take you to get it? Tell me, what was your time?
About 1 hour 5.
That's not bad.
I ran with my 13-year-old. It was her first time running this race ever. She was so excited.
She left you in the wind?
She left me in the wind. And my 10-year-old and my wife are running it right now, so they're going to finish any minute now. I'm so proud of them.
Why did you make this a family affair?
Well, my kids run 5Ks with me. They've run a 10K with me before down in Charleston. This is a rolling parade of civic pride. This is one of my favorite events of the year. I've done this event every year since I was an AJC intern in 2003. We've scheduled vacations around it. We've scheduled family events around it. We've gone to weddings, at night and then run it in the morning. This is one of our favorite events of the year, and we couldn't wait to share it with our kids this year.
So, as the political reporter, when you are running beside a Warnock or a Dickens, the mayor, the temptation is...
Ask them about Joe Biden. Ask them about something that's in the news. But I did. I interviewed Mayor Dickens beforehand. We kept it to the race. And I saw Senator Warnock right as I finished. And my only question to him is, what was your time?
Oh, that's awesome. I was going to ask you that, is it possible on a day like today to just leave all that on the side, because the pressure of covering politics is 24/7, so this break must be good for you,
It's
right?
all encompassing, and it's so great just to be at somewhere everyone is getting together, right? This is one of the few events in Atlanta where everyone shares that civic pride, right? I see politicians, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, I see them all running together. Everyone's cheering each other on. Andrew Morris, our publisher, calls it the biggest block party, a 10K block party, and I think that's accurate.
Awesome, awesome. How was the Oasis? That looked pretty cool out there.
It was good. You had iced coffee, you had ice cold drinks, you had IV, fluid IV, all this amazing stuff.
I'm into that. IV fluids are a great way when you're traveling a lot or it's really hot. Get that, just saline, that's all you need.
Yeah, I feel like I just finished a tropical storm, but it didn't rain one drop out there.
Oh, that's good.
So the question is, what will you and your family do now when your wife and your younger child finishes the race? What's next on the rest of the day for you,
I know exactly
Greg?
what we're doing. We're hanging out with the food stalker. We're going to Frankie's with him.
I just followed him on Instagram. I want to make sure that I know what's going on with him.
I'm all in for that steak dinner.
So planning for next year, I got to know, how did you get in shape for this race?
I try to run 3 or 4 times a week. I didn't, with our schedules, it was a little harder than usual, but I love running this race. And so as long as I keep my pace, I'm not fast, I'm not slow, I just kind of do it at 10 minute or so miles, I hit it.
I like it when you say you're not fast, you're not slow, because that kind of describes what you do as a reporter, too.
Just going right after it. Steady.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, awesome.
Exactly.
Greg, it's great to see you and meet you here, to be in your town where you cover politics, and cool to see your family out here running today. That's a great thing for all of you to do in the midst of all of our busy lives.
I'm so proud of them.
Awesome, awesome. All righty, well, Greg Bluestein was out there on the course. Of course, he was covering things at the Oasis. And we're going to go back out on the course again because Naja has another special guest.
Everyone, the costumes are still coming. And earlier, you might have seen a sign that said, the British are coming. Well, the British are here. I'm going to let them introduce themselves because I won't be able to do it justice. Tell us who you are.
I am Lance Corporal Reginald Higginbottom of the King's 401st Infantry. We are here to remind you colonists that today is a day of treason, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves.
Georgia for King George.
Georgia for King George, Georgia for the crown.
King George II, specifically.
Well, let me ask you about your experience with this particular race. How many years have you all been doing this?
My fellow Redcoat here, this is his 31st time joining you treasonous colonists on this treasonous Traitors' Day. I've done it a few times, but the Redcoat, he's done it a handful of times too, but this man here, he's quite the streaker, I understand.
Now I have to know how you put your outfits together. How long did it take you to prepare for these get-ups?
In this day and age, it was not too hard, thanks to the internet, but I'd like to say that these were provided by the good king himself. He outfitted us, as he always does, the best that the kingdom has to offer for its soldiers.
Well, let me ask you, what will the good king provide you after the race is over?
Well, the good king doesn't give us all that much, but thanks to the state of Georgia, we'll get some peaches and perhaps a banana.
And how will you recover?
I think that we will probably drink a few of your American ales and try to relax and enjoy this country of yours. Although, again, it is a treasonous place. You should all be ashamed of yourselves.
Well, thank you for joining us and putting us all to shame. As you can see, the costumes are still rolling in and we're having a great time. Monica and Lewis, back to you.
That was great. I felt like we just had a mini version of Hamilton, out there on the streets.
Well, you can see folks are all in the area now. So many have finished the race. And if you're still interested in, well, who won what and what was their time, I have all the information you need. The AJC is the exclusive broadcaster of the Peachtree. Runners and supporters, you can get live updates on the race, see results, and you can also see your loved ones running by on AJC.com. We need for you to get that app, ATL Food, Sports, and News, to keep you going all through the summer. So be sure you download the app, and guess what? You get a 30-day free trial of an AJC subscription. I promise you, if you try it, you're gonna like it. And that'll be your opportunity to also see my interviews on the AJC. It's just AJC.com, Monica Pearson. We're back with more interviews right here on the AJC and the Atlanta Track Club.
This is not open. Excuse it. Pause. This is not what I ordered. You're late on your loan. I said I'm sorry. Why are you bringing in tea? It won't be cheap. You don't visit anymore.
Your card has been cancelled.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
At Ameris Bank, we're with you.
We're with you means we have a partnership.
We're here for the long haul.
Somebody who's going to be with you through the thick and the thin.
It sounds simple, but it's a little hard to find these days.
When you're starting your first checking account, when you're starting your own business or buying a home.
Personally, commercially, corporately, whatever needs you have.
We take great care of our customers.
We're with you.
We're with you.
We're with you.
See how we can help you at amerisbank.com/with you.
Hey!
This is not the first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands that every BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine?
Take advantage of exceptional offers on the BMW electrified fleet.
And just another incredible day as the 55th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race continues. We still have so many people on the race course having that victorious opportunity to cross that finish line there, and we are just off the left under that white tent enjoying a beautiful day. Well, as we approach the 9:30 hour, temperatures continue to go up. We've got the sun coming down, and I'm wondering what the weather is like. Let's get that final report from Jennifer Gray.
Hey guys, we made it, right? We didn't have any storms. The weather was pretty much a win, but it is starting to get hot out there. You know, that humidity is starting to creep in. The heat index will be a factor later this afternoon. In fact, there is a heat advisory in place for Metro Atlanta from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. So as the festivities go on, the party goes on, we are going to have to watch out for that. The heat index could feel anywhere from 105 to 109 later this afternoon. So that brings in the point of heat exhaustion versus heat stroke. Heat exhaustion, some of the symptoms, lightheaded, also excessive sweating, clammy skin, nausea or vomiting. When you go from sweating to not sweating anymore, that's a sure sign that a heat stroke is possible. Throbbing headache, red, dry skin. So the runners and even people just outdoors in general later this afternoon really need to pay attention to their bodies. Avoiding heat illness, drink plenty of water, stay hydrated, also avoid alcohol and sugary drinks, and then wear that lightweight, light-colored clothing. This is all stuff that the runners know, but good reminder for all of us as we go throughout the day with that heat. So we are going to avoid that outdoor exercise during the hottest time of the day. Good thing those runners are getting the run in early, because by this afternoon it is definitely going to be hot. We'll look at the forecast for the rest of the day. There's a Braves game this afternoon hosting the Giants. That's going to be a hot one with that heat index. Could be anywhere from, say, 105 to 107 possible. Could be a stray shower as well, especially on the north side of Atlanta, but most of us are going to stay very dry. Here's your forecast where it looks like we'll see temperatures low to mid 90s, but then once that sun sets, really dropping back down into the 80s. So a lot going on around town, guys. Looks like it's going to be a great day ahead. Just remember that heat is definitely going to be a factor this afternoon.
Now we're back on the course of the Peachtree Road Race. The last finishers are coming into the park. They've done a great job. You know, we say this is a family affair, and it truly is. Our next guest is Emily Giffen. She is a New York Times best-selling author. And the nice thing is her twins also ran the race with her. Now, you're a proud mama. I know you want to talk about the boys first.
I do.
But you have a new book coming out this summer, so we're going to talk about that.
Oh,
so
thank
tell
you.
me about the book.
So it's called The Summer Pact, and it comes out next week. And it's the first time that I've featured a sort of an elite runner. She's a college runner. So it's a great tie-in for the Peachtree Road Race, and yeah, a great tie-in for my sons who also run in college. But I hope you all pick it up. It's a great summer read. It's about friendship, and yeah.
When did you start running, and how many Peachtrees have you done?
Okay. I just went over this in my mind. I started running it when my son started running when they were 10, and I watched for a few years. Then when my daughter turned 10, I said, I've got to get out there and run with her because she's 10. And that was my first one. Now she's 17. So I've, like I said, 7 or 8. I think I skipped COVID year.
I think most of us did.
Yeah,
but you're extremely proud of your twins. And I'm going to let Lewis take over because he's the sports guy.
Well, these guys are something else. So 20 years old, you guys are twins, and according to your mom, born an hour and a half apart, right?
Yes.
So who was born first?
I was born first by an hour and a half.
By an hour and a half. And who finished first on the course today?
I finished first as well.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, man.
It's all good. He's always been a bit faster.
I got you. You'll get him in somewhere. What's it like to be out here on the course and race with your mom and just to be a part of this today?
I think it's a great event to be a part of. We love doing it as a family. Me and George have always pushed each other racing, but I think this day is a really special day where there's so much energy. It's such an exciting race to do. It's always one of the things I look forward to most throughout the year.
Awesome. Now, you guys are both at Columbia. Are you on the track and field team there?
Yeah, so we run cross country and track at Columbia. We have a couple teammates here, actually. Love my teammates, and this is always my favorite day of the year.
Awesome.
It's better than Christmas.
Better than Christmas, huh?
That's what, for our family it is.
That is great. What's the competition like there in Columbia and the rest of the Ivy League schools when you guys go to compete? What's the competition like?
Oh, the competition is really good, actually. There's a guy at Harvard. He's from Georgia, and he won nationals in cross country. So the Ivy League is really kind of like the top 5, top 6 best conference in track and field.
Wow. And, this is an easy question. I'm sure you'll slam dunk it. How proud are you guys of your mom?
We are so proud.
She transitioned into writing and became a New York Times best-selling author?
Yeah, she pursued her dreams, and it worked out. She works really hard, so we're really excited for this new book, The Summer Pact, coming out July 9th.
Awesome. Well, that's really great to see that and to be together as a family on the 4th. I mean, listen, we're all splintered everywhere doing our things, but this is cool to see you guys together, huh?
Well, the one thing I have to ask, since this is the 4th of July, how are you all going to spend it now that the race is over? You've got the rest of the day.
Well, first I have to tell you that harder than the 10K was getting to you. Here. We were running all around, so I ran like a 14K today. But we are headed back. We've just moved to Ansley Park, just short stroll from here.
Over there.
We're going to walk home, and we're going to have bagels and water for the underage, and beer and mimosas for the older crowd. So.
Awesome. So
is
this it?
There. Yeah, isn't
this
it pretty?
is the new book. That is awesome. Look at that. And when is it available
Where's
now?
The camera? Is it here?
Right. Is it available now?
July 9th.
Okay. Where can everybody get it?
Anywhere books are sold.
All right.
So I know you're going to be reading it, right?
Absolutely.
No, really?
Perfect.
I will.
I think you would like it.
Yes, I will.
No.
I'll need something when I take these trips over to Paris for the Olympics and then go back to the Paralympics.
Yeah,
so
you're going to be at the Olympics. I'm sure you're going to be cracking that open.
No, on the trip. Sometimes I do things.
Okay.
Did you read it so I can listen to it?
Oh, I didn't, but I picked the narrators, and they're really good.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So check it out.
So this is going to be probably number 11 on the New York Times bestseller list.
You mean my yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Edward
Thanks,
George.
guys.
Good luck, guys, in Columbia.
Great.
All righty.
Thank you.
All righty, so we continue to see everybody finishing and grabbing their drinks and getting a little hydration and food afterwards. And so, once again, the Peachtree Road Race is living up to its expectation and billing as one of the great events in the United States, the largest 10K road race in the world.
But it also has a purpose. You've got 10 local charities who selected runners to raise $5,500 apiece for their causes. There are 10 organizations, among them the Index Stocking Fund, the Chattahoochee Riverkeeper, Boys and Girls Clubs, 100 Black Men of Atlanta, Atlanta Track Club Foundation, Girls on the Run, Kyle Peace Foundation, Lead Center for Youth, and then the Piedmont Park Conservancy. So it's Peachtree, but it's Peachtree with a purpose. And we'll be back with more of the Peachtree Road Race right here on AJC.com.
Greater Atlanta, for the proud peach farmers and the savvy Peachtree commuters, for booming Black culture and big modern business, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
I started working at Georgia Power because I wanted to serve the community that I live in. 15 years later, my wife and I both work here. We know energy costs are an important part of the budget for us and every family and business in Georgia. That's why Georgia Power has resources and tools that can help you manage your energy budget. And we'll keep working with our teammates to provide clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy for all of Georgia.
Look at that overhead shot of Piedmont Park. All the finishers coming in to get some food, some hydration, relax a bit, and celebrate finishing this 10K road race on the 4th of July. Well, we mentioned earlier that our PA announcer, Ronell Blackman, was the last person to leave the starting area on the course, and he's quickly stopped with Mara. Let's check up with her and see what's happening with Ronell.
All right, well, Ronell is faith and fitness and fashion and fabulousness.
Excellent. Yes, faith, family, fitness, and fashion. And we're here with the community. There's unity here in the city of Atlanta. And Atlanta Journal-Constitution, thank you so much for being a longtime sponsor of Atlanta Track's Peachtree Road Race. 2024, over 50,000 participants. I'm excited. I'm fired up. I started last. Go ahead.
So wait, you were the MC at the Oasis in the very beginning.
Not just at the Oasis, at the start line. So I was helping the official starters, the honorary starters, send everyone off with the ready, set, and the horn. Yes.
I mean, I'm motivated to do like 25 jumping jacks right now. So wait, what were you doing? Are you like, what are you saying when you're getting everybody pumped up?
So I'm telling everybody, take a mindful moment, right? Inhale confidence, exhale doubt. But I'm also encouraging them, just, hey, your race, your pace. It's fun, it's a party, right? There's no other place I'd rather be than the city of Atlanta on the 4th of July, celebrating with 50,000 people. Come on.
Well, what are you doing after this is over?
So after this is over, I'm going to Park Tavern first off for our members. All of the members, we have a party, post-race party, and then after that, I'm headed home. I'm going to relax with the family. I have some friends coming over. I call them family. I call them family because they're friends that I choose to be family.
Wait, is that a Taylor Swift bracelet?
Let's go. You got it right. It's an AJC. Taylor Swift.
AJC, Taylor Swift. I just love how you are pumping everybody up who is still like towards the end here at Cardiac Hill. They need that extra push.
Oh yeah. We all need that extra push, right? And as you encourage others, it allows for you to even be encouraged. It's almost like help me, help you, help me, right? Like we're coming up this hill together and we're going to complete this thing.
I love it. Ronell's awesome. Oh my gosh, I'm so motivated. I'm going to start from the beginning now.
Let's go. In training.
Just kidding. Not doing anything. Back to you.
Mara, be careful what you say because we may recruit you and Lewis to run.
And with that talk, I may be really thinking about it now.
Ronell's got you doing it. You see people still coming through the finish line. Ooh, that's a lot of bodies, 50,000, but we need to remember there are about 150,000 people watching this race from the sidelines, and we have no idea how many are watching as we stream it today. We are so blessed to have with us today these two women because Peachtree Road Race this year is Peachtree with a purpose. So joining us to explain what that means, Kendall Moss from the Atlanta Track Club and AJC Head of Marketing, Jamie McMurtry.
Hi, thank you for having us today.
No, so tell us about Peachtree with a Purpose, Kendall.
So Peachtree with a Purpose is
everything Peachtree. And we are so proud to be partnering with the AJC as always, but Peachtree always has a purpose. This is a huge event for our community, and we decided this year to partner to have a charity program. We have 10 outstanding charities that have designated one runner to not only celebrate the work that they're doing, but also raise funds. Each charity is raising at least $5,500, and collectively, we're almost over $30K.
Yeah.
Been working really hard. If you were at the expo, you've seen some amazing people. The Atlanta Track Club Foundation actually has the 3-time Olympian Gail Devers running her first Peachtree in honor of raising funds, but we have some other great organizations, and we just felt like together this was one opportunity to continue to give back, and that puts the purpose in Peachtree.
Excellent, but why did the AJC get involved other than to telecast?
Well, the AJC, our mission is about making the city better. Right now, we are talking about being for the greater Atlanta. And so, we host the race every year with a title sponsor, but we wanted to give it some additional meaning this year. When you run the race, you see people who are running for a parent, who are running because they beat cancer, they've had a health issue. This race means so much to the people who participate. And so by doing Peachtree with a purpose, we're able to give it that much more meaning and assign even more meaning for the amazing organizations that are doing great work across our entire community.
Now, Jamie ran.
I just finished. I'm exhausted.
So, was this your first run?
No, I've done it several years in a row. But, some years I'm fast across the finish line, and some years I'm really slow. This was a slow year, but it's a great thing about the race. It's all abilities, all ages. It's just a great day for the city.
So, Kendall, have you actually run the race?
So I have not run the race, but this is my 4th year, and have the best job. I get to congratulate every single person that crosses the finish line.
Awesome.
My job is to move people through and cheer them on. And just like she said, they're wonderful stories. People come and they hug you. This is their first time. They've made it a challenge. And so there's a lot of purpose behind everybody that runs. And we're really happy to be a part of it.
So, Kendall, you haven't run the race, right? So that means you don't have a T-shirt either? They wouldn't give you a T-shirt either?
I do not have a T-shirt.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure they're being consistent
even if you do the pre-staff run, you don't get a T-shirt. I have not earned my T-shirt, but I'll take all the 50,000 high fives instead of the T-shirt.
Including from Gail Devers, the Olympic champion?
Including from Gail Devers, and she'll be coming through.
Get her to do it.
So we have the honor. Gail is actually on our Atlanta Track Club Foundation board. She's our vice chair, and she is instrumental in everything we do in the community. And we asked her, she said, absolutely. So she was in Wave P. She led Wave P, and she'll be coming through.
Can't wait to see her. Gail is such a great champion, and I know she has her daughters that are also competing as well.
Yes.
I am scared to think about what they might do, but she is a great champion and a great woman for sure.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
Can I mention that there's still time to donate to these amazing runners?
Yes.
100 Black Men, Habitat for Humanity, Atlanta Track Club Foundation, many more amazing organizations. There's still time to donate through July 15th.
Yep.
You can go to ajc.com/Peachtree for more information and to hear the amazing stories of the people who are participating.
Absolutely.
It's Peachtree with a purpose.
That is the real purpose for sure.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so
much
for having us. Have a great 4th of July.
Absolutely.
You too.
Happy
You as
4th.
well. You as well. All righty. Great to catch up with you all and talk about the really important things beyond the running that are really important to the city. And again, just look at the waves of people continuing to come across the finish line. It is hot out here, folks. So if you're walking, it's all right. It's still a victory because you started and you finished. So we'll continue to watch those finishers, and we'll continue to keep you up to date with what's happening here in Atlanta as we look toward the last 15 minutes or so of our show, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
This is not open. This is not what I ordered.
You're late on your load.
I said I'm sorry. You're bringing in tea.
It won't be cheap.
You don't use it anymore.
Your card has been cancelled. Hey!
Let's get to work, fam.
This is not the first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands that every BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine?
Take advantage of exceptional offers on the BMW electrified fleet.
Today, we race. Tomorrow, let's take on the world. Explore a family of businesses where together we cross finish lines. Chart your next course with us.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
We're back. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race. The park is full of people who have finished the race, but there are still some people along the route. And one of them is our Mara Davis at Cardiac Hill. And it's called that for a reason. Walking up it is even tough. So, Mara, as in marathon, Mara, as in marathon.
Well, Monica and Lewis, I'll tell you what, the Cardiac Hill situation, you can see it on people's face when they're coming up the hill, especially this late in the game when we mostly have the walkers. And I tip my hat to the walkers. No matter how you're doing it, whether you're an elite runner or you're a walker here, that's right, I love the woo people. Woo! You are doing it amazingly. It's been such a bonding experience. I love everybody is feeling the mood and the energy. And yeah, it's been hot, but this is like a once in a year experience. But I have seen so many great Atlantans here, and I feel like everybody does it. They want that t-shirt, they want that badge of honor, they want that Chick-fil-A, but they don't open till 11 o'clock. But this has been just such an incredible experience of unity, and it's truly AT Aliens, ATL, Atlanta influences everything. This really personifies all of that. What's happening with you, Naja?
Man, everything is happening with me. The people are just continuing to come by the droves. I am so inspired by everyone who has the strength to complete this amazing race. I'm just one who walks. I don't know if I'll ever elevate to running the race, but as they get to the bend, they see that finish line and they know that they can complete this race, because after 6.2 miles, it's probably time to pass out. And I can really, really understand that. As you can hear, the crowd is still going. They're still cheering people along. This specific route is especially important because it's the end of the race. So they need that extra boost of encouragement. So if you're right along this tail end, cheer as loudly as you can for those who are completing the end of this race. I also have collected a couple of addresses because there are grills and barbecues that I will be a part of. And I better get out of here because Monica might try to get me to join this race next year, and I don't know if I'm ready to do that. But thank you so much for joining me. It's been a blast. Goodbye, everyone.
Naja, you are going to join Lewis, and if my knees get fixed, me in the race next year, okay? That's what we're going to do. Well, you know, we talk about all the young folks who are involved in the race, but the oldest man who was running today was Thomas Lanier. He is 90 years old. He lives in Doraville, Georgia. But the oldest person running is Betty Lindbergh of Atlanta. She is 99 years old. She'll be 100 in September. She's participated in every Peachtree except one since 1989. Now, the reason you haven't seen her come through is because she has her own, what I call, fan club. So she has to stop along the way, get pictures taken, people hug her. Betty is unbelievable. And here's her story.
My name is Betty Lindbergh. I'm 99 years old.
As a teenager growing up in my group of friends, she was known as Steady Betty. There's a discipline to her life.
All right, put them on. I cannot think of a 4th of July and know there's a Peachtree road race being run. I feel like I have to get up and do it. I was born in 1924 in a little town in northwestern Minnesota called New York Mills. Growing up in the 20s and 30s, girls didn't run. I played jacks and hopscotch and that, but I certainly didn't indulge in any sort of sport. Women didn't do that sort of stuff, and so I just accepted it. As you can see, I have a lot of pictures. The pictures from the Peachtree Road Race. When did I start? Well, I was 64. It was back in 1983, sitting down there watching the finish. Well, first the wheelchair people came whizzing by. I saw the real good runners come in, and then the mob. And then I said, that looks like fun. I think I can do that. To prepare for it, I just trained in the neighborhood, and I go to LA Fitness 3 days a week, put in an hour of senior exercises, Tuesdays and Thursdays and Sundays, because Saturday is the day I get my hair done. It gets me up every day. It gets me out there on the road, and for this year, it's the 55th running of the Peachtree. So I've done it 34 times. This is my 35th. I guess I accidentally broke a record when I was 91. Rich Canal called me and said, Betty, you set a world record in the 800 yesterday. I said, I did?
There's not anything that comes up in her life that she doesn't think that she can get through and past.
Betty Lindbergh is a phenomenon.
Betty is in that league, a treasured icon.
She is my hero.
I'm going to be like 2 months from being 100 on July 4th. I imagine if I hadn't started running, I would have been in my recliner watching TV, eating bonbons, reading True Romances magazines. Kissed by a dog! Every year you age, you get slower. Every year when I'm doing it, especially in the last ones, I get to about mile 4. And I say, I'm never, ever going to do this again. I mean, I'm hurting, and I'm so exhausted. I say, I'm never going to do it again. And maybe I won't. But then I stop at the Team Betty tent. I greet everybody and hug everybody and get a picture taken, take a sip of the mimosas, and then we're off again.
This year I've got the Team Betty bracelets. I plan to give those out at the race to people that go by and come and see us.
Last few years, from the very start, there were people saying, there's Betty. Maybe I'm inspiring some people to keep it up too. Maybe there's somebody else that's closer to my age who'll keep doing it.
Well, what an inspiring story. Betty Lindbergh is someone who we will always look forward to seeing out here on the course with all of her years. Of course, she is just an absolute inspiration. All right, need to update you on something very important. Here at the AJC Peachtree Road Race, we have something called the Emergency Alert System. And this is used to communicate conditions on the race course and other events that could be related that people need to know about. So we started the day in yellow, which is used caution and be aware of the worsening conditions. We're talking about the heat and the humidity. So this has been upgraded now to red, which means potentially dangerous conditions. And again, we're talking about the heat, humidity, and the heat index. So hopefully all the athletes who are still on the course maybe decide to stop running and walk if they're getting the alert out there, making sure that they hydrate and maybe in an extra way to keep themselves out of danger. But again, the emergency alert system has moved from yellow to red. And again, this is really dealing with the heat, humidity. We've got the direct sunshine coming down on the athletes as you can see them there crossing the finish line. So again, hoping that everyone stays safe, but information is so important, and they're getting that here as we continue, and we'll be back in just a minute.
This summer, get your 4th of July delivered. The Home Depot has free delivery on over 2 million items. Fast, same-day delivery from our store to your door. Get 4th of July delivered your way at the Home Depot.
Turn it up. All right, Orange Theory, looking awesome. Keep it up. Shut it down.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the proud peach farmers and the savvy Peachtree commuters, for booming black culture and big modern business, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.
Hey, my name is Jared. And this is Matt. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A maple pepper bacon sandwich is that sweet and savory flavor combo. It just takes the sandwich to a whole new level. I love the grilled chicken because of how juicy it is. It has that perfect smoked flavor.
And then the crunch of the pickles and the sweet heat that they bring just kind of ties it all together.
And that crispy sweet bacon, it adds so much flavor.
The bacon ties in amazing with the warm, soft bun. You can really taste the sweetness in every bite.
The maple bun is bringing the fun.
Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The need for heart care can arise when we least expect it. When you look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute, you're never alone. With a leading care team of 100 physicians in more than 55 locations, you get the expertise and quality treatment you can only find at Northside, with advanced cardiovascular services and unwavering support. Because we're with you every step of the way. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
It's the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race, also brought to you by the Atlanta Track Club and its 30,000 members. You see people are still streaming into the park right now, but this is just the beginning of their day. My husband is at home right now. He's got his green eggs stoked up. My daughter has requested a real old-fashioned hot dog.
Oh, that sounds good.
So we are going to have a day of eating. But what do you have planned? Well, if you don't have plans, here are a couple of things you can do. We have got fireworks everywhere. In Sandy Springs, they're actually going to have live music and food trucks. And then if you really love fireworks as much as I do, go to Chamblee, Stone Mountain, Decatur, Marietta, Norcross, Peachtree City, Lilburn, Kennesaw, and Dunwoody. Fireworks everywhere. For a full list of what's going on this evening, go to AJC.com, Lewis.
That sounds great. Look at all those events, and it looks like you guys will be able to celebrate throughout the rest of the day as I board a plane and fly back to Texas. But I'm going to be thinking about you guys.
And more heat.
That's right, exactly.
Yours is a dry heat.
It is a dry heat for sure. But anyway, as we look at the excitement inside, look, the clown, everybody, we've got all the costumes out here, and it must be even warmer in that thing right there. But if he's having a great time, that's all that matters. Well, early this morning, we started off with some great elite racing, starting with the men's wheelchair race. You were looking at American Daniel Romanchuk, who was on the line, and he, along with Aaron Pike and many other great athletes, were attacking the course. Romanchuk with the strong strides on that wheel, making his way up Cardiac Hill. Looking back, yeah, you've got a nice gap on everybody else, but Daniel Romanchuk is a veteran of these roads as well as many other roads around the world, and he finished to win his 7th Peachtree Road Race. Romanchuk will be getting married between now and the Paralympics for him, and you can see his winning time of 19 minutes and 37 seconds. Aaron Pike, also another American Paralympian, was right behind him, followed by Shipper and the rest of the crew there. So excellent racing by them. And shortly after the men took off, the women were on course. Nothing like taking the horn at 7 a.m. Conditions were a bit cooler than they are now. And in the lead there in the blue cap was Susanna Scaroni of the United States. And she is just unbelievable out on the course. Scaroni, a veteran, and she showed it again today as she won her 4th Peachtree Road Race. And she did it in commanding form. Scaroni's time of 21:39 was good enough for the win. Jenna Fessmayer finished in second in 24:52, and then Kendall Gretsch right behind her in 25 minutes and 10 seconds. Excellent racing by everyone there in our top 5. And then it was time for the elite women to take course. They would all start together with a sea of humanity waiting to follow behind them. And it was so interesting to watch the race develop as the pack went from about 10 to 6. And then this finish that was so incredible. There is Irina Cheptai, who looked to be in the lead. And then Stacy Ndiwa on the left would make a break and take a quick sprint. And at the finish, it was Ndiwa in her debut run here in Atlanta, winning by just a hair. Ndiwa wins in 31:12. And look at that, Cheptai of Kenya just behind her in 31 minutes and 13 seconds. And it was a Kenyan sweep on the women's side. Excellent racing here early this morning on the streets of Atlanta. And then finally, the elite men were on course. We have been waiting and anticipating. As you can see, they are there, crossing themselves up as they begin to run with that big American flag hanging in the background over the starting line. Well, this race had really quite a few interesting developments. This is Daniel Ibinyo, who was out early, and I mean, he took a big lead. He was way out there, and you wondered what in the world was Sebastian Salwe, the favorite, thinking about. Well, we had some other visitors, but at one point there was Salwe who came up to meet him, and then Salwe took off, and it was all over. In his debut, looking at the time, it was a quick one. Sebastian Salwe got to the finish line first, and look, closing behind was Daniel Ibinyo, and it was very close. Another 10 meters, and Ibinyo may have gotten there, but it made it quite dramatic, and of course, it was a great finish. Another Kenyan sweep on the men's side. Salwe winning in 28:03 and Daniel Ibinyo in 28:05. I think Salwe will learn a lesson. Make sure you look left, look right, look behind you to make sure you got it in the clear before you get to that finish line. But it made for a lot of drama and excitement, and that's exactly what we hope to see here at the AJC Peachtree Road Race. It was fantastic.
Oh my goodness, that was a great race.
Wasn't that something?
Watch. Yeah. We've got some goodies.
Oh, what is this? Oh my goodness.
Now, you were telling me the story. I remember stopping at Stuckey's when we would take road trips.
Yes. Listen, I have not seen one of these since I was a kid. Really.
Do you say pecan or pecan?
Pecan.
I say pecan too,
Yeah,
but
right.
down here in the South, it's pecan.
So is it soda or is it pop?
Well, I'm from Kentucky, so I always say pop.
Is soda pop? Or we're in Atlanta, so it's Coke, right? That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. But you know, when I was a kid, Monica, we several times we drove from Austin, Texas, out to the Bay Area. And we always stopped at Stuckey's. And we always picked these up. I couldn't have the t-shirt. Can I have this?
You can have this. As a matter of fact, Stephanie Stuckey's gave us all kinds of goodies.
She did.
She actually ran in the race today, and she sent this to us. So
awesome.
This is going to be a sweet treat for us.
Yes, yes. Well, what a great day it's been. This is the perfect way to close it out. I've got a Stuckey's candy bar, so thank you so much, Stephanie, for doing that.
And thank you for letting me work with you today. I have been
kidding me?
watching you and when you were doing the trials in Oregon, and I look forward to watching you when you're also in Paris. So I'm going to end my little bit with a quote from John Bingham, marathon runner known as the Penguin. He says, "The miracle isn't that I finished. The miracle is that I had the courage to start."
That's right. And it sounds like another message to me there, that I need to be able to get on the starting line. Point taken, but it is a great quote. We have had a great time. And once again, everybody here, the AJC group and, of course, the Atlanta Track Club, they've delivered. And all the people on the race course have been fantastic to watch. And it's really just so special to see all the athletes, the people who are now the 50,000 strong being able to compete. And I think that is just simply wonderful.
Cheered on by the 150,000 along the runway.
That's right.
It's the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, and for all of our entire broadcast team, Carrie, Amanda, Sarah, Mara, Greg, Naja, and Atlanta's own Monica Pearson.
And all the crew who's been out here all day and all night.
Absolutely.
We couldn't look so good without them.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. This is Lewis Johnson with our thanks for watching the 2024 AJC Peachtree Road Race. And we'll see you next year.
Let's make
Today, we race. Tomorrow, let's take on the world. Explore a family of businesses where together we cross finish lines. Chart your next course with us.
Hey, my name is Jared.
And this is Matt.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A maple pepper bacon sandwich is that sweet and savory flavor combo. It just takes the sandwich to a whole new level. I love the grilled chicken because of how juicy it is. It has that perfect smoked flavor.
And then the crunch of the pickles and the sweet heat that they bring just kind of ties it all together.
And that crispy sweet bacon, it adds so much flavor.
The bacon ties in amazing with the warm, soft bun. You can really taste the sweetness in every bite.
The maple bun is bringing the fun.
Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The need for heart care can arise when we least expect it. When you look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute, you're never alone. With a leading care team of 100 physicians in more than 55 locations, you get the expertise and quality treatment you can only find at Northside, with advanced cardiovascular services and unwavering support. Because we're with you every step of the way. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
In the Sweetwater world, we like to say, where there's water, there's Sweetwater. It's in our name, it's in our brews, and it's in our veins. Saving more lakes, more rivers, more oceans, because our brewers know you can't have great beer without clean water. So whether it's salt water, fresh water, backwater, or high water, jump on in. The water's fine. Because where there's water, there will always be Sweetwater.
We write for the greater Atlanta, for the fanatical foodies, political junkies, and the never leave the game earlies. We write for everyone who is here to work, live, and play. We write for the greater Atlanta.